Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PAA supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOSTP card sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOSTP card ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOSTP card upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOSTP card ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOSTP card. Kami ang DOSTP card.
Philippines is one of the world's mega-diverse countries, rich in natural resources and biological diversity. The very reason why agriculture, marine and aquatic, and natural resources are foreseen as key sectors in achieving sustainable and inclusive development in the country. With the right policies and programs in place, backed with appropriate technologies and innovations, attaining development is not far from reach. This is where the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD, takes its ground. PICARD was established in 2011 through the merging of two sectoral councils under the Department of Science and Technology: the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Forestry and Natural Resources Research and Development, and the Philippine Council for Aquatic and Marine Research and Development. Consolidating these two organizations into one apex council broadened its coverage, as well as provided a unified and holistic approach in addressing concerns in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources, or AANR sector. The Council aims to provide strategic leadership in promoting science and technology, or S&T, as a platform for AANR products innovation and environmental resiliency. Committed to sustaining dynamic leadership in S&T innovation in the AANR sector, PICARD formulates policies, plans, projects, and strategies for S&T development in the AANR sector. It programs and allocates government and external funds generated for research and development, or R&D efforts, as well as monitors R&D projects. It also generates external funds for R&D activities. PICARD carries out programs and advocacies according to 4 banner programs that embody its S&T interventions in the AANR sector. These are strategic R&D, R&D results utilization, policy research and advocacy, and capability building and R&D governance. The Council builds partnerships with local and international organizations for joint R&D, training, technical assistance, and information and technology exchange. It also ties up with funding institutions to support its programs and advocacies. Through the years, PICARD has been a lead organization in managing the network of government and higher education institutions involved in the AANR sector. Guided by its core values of relevance, excellence, and cooperation, PICARD catalyzes development through advancing S&T in the AANR sector. It is steadfast in its commitment to its mandates for the betterment of the lives of every Filipino, now and in the generations to come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to our of our second International Virtual Congress and 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. For this afternoon, we will have all the plenary sessions presented, and we will have our formal opening ceremonies for this Congress. Hello, partner. How are you?
Hi, Mon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, so to start off this afternoon session, let us all watch the opening ceremonies of this Congress, starting with the parade of the PAA regional chapters and ANPOs, followed by the ecumenical prayer,
And then the
the
national anthem. Yeah.
and the opening message of our chairman of the Board of Trustees. Can we now have the parade?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمم في مدينة دماو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di maghihingi. Lumalang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya ng karnay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
All right. Now let's welcome our chairman, Dr. Roberto F. Ranyola Jr., to give us the opening message for this program. Dr. Ranyola?
Good afternoon, fellow agriculturist professionals, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I am pleased to welcome you to the Second International Virtual Congress and 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. It is high time that such an event like this take place to highlight the remarkable contribution which modern agricultural technologies make in so many areas in the different sectors of agriculture and in the lives of our farmers and consumers. A glance through the list of presentations planned for the next couple of days reveals a comprehensive list of topics dealing with sustainable digital agriculture solutions, the analytical approaches to address the science and technological challenges of digital agriculture, and the strategic partnerships for sustainable digital agriculture policies. Among the many challenges facing us today, 4 are of key importance. One is global population growth that is expected to continue, particularly in those areas of the world where food security is relatively weak. While these challenges suggest the need for more food to be produced, the environmental effects of agricultural production increasingly are recognized as having both immediate and long-term consequences that are undesirable. Furthermore, the prospects of a changing, more variable climate contribute to the need to enhance the resilience of current agricultural practices. And fourth, consumers in both developed and developing countries are demanding an even more nutritious and safe food supply. The population is growing, but the amount of farmland available per head is shrinking, and the world needs to produce more food more sustainably on a planet with scarce resources and under changing climate. Agricultural productivity will have to increase if we want to safeguard our food supply in the long term. And to address these challenges, innovation in agricultural practices and food system performance is urgently needed to effectively respond to societal challenges of today and tomorrow. From one perspective, these challenges are daunting and may seem insurmountable, yet this setting is not new to mankind, and from a historical perspective, is more the norm rather than the exception. If society is to maintain itself and advance, agricultural innovation is essential. Indeed, in a book entitled Limits to Growth, published 50 years ago, eminent scholars employing sophisticated mathematical models confidently predicted that within a decade, massive famine caused by chronic food scarcity would characterize the world's future. However, agricultural innovation, along with other changes in society, rose to the challenge and led to reductions in the number of malnourished in the world. And responsible innovation provides one conceptual lens to address such challenges, acknowledging the power of research and innovation to create the future and posing questions about the types of futures that societies want to encourage or avoid. In response today, new tools employing digital technology and big data are being developed and applied within agricultural production systems. Effective implementation of these tools offers unprecedented capabilities to fuel innovation and contribute to our response to the challenges just noted. The role of science is to evidence and support the design and use of digital technologies to realize these beneficial outcomes and avoid unintended consequences. Digitalization in farming can help us deploy our resources efficiently and sustainably, enabling farmers to get the best out of their fields with minimal environmental impact. The advancement of technologies, computing power, and analytics offers the possibility that digitalization of agriculture can provide new solutions to these complex challenges. Digital transformation within agriculture involves advances in information and communication technologies that promise a next generation of agricultural technologies that will drive improvements in productivity and efficiency while reducing risk and negative impacts. All these would require consideration of data governance designed to enable benefits of digital agriculture to be shared equitably and how digital agriculture could change in agricultural business models like farm structures, the value chain and stakeholder roles, networks and power relations and governance. This requires transdisciplinary research, including explicit consideration of the above socio-ethical issues, data governance, and business models, alongside addressing technical issues, as we now have to simultaneously deal with multiple interacting outcomes in complex technical, social, economic, and governance systems. The exciting prospect is that the digitalization of science can enable this new and more effective way of working. The question then becomes, how can we effectively accelerate this shift to a new way of working in agricultural science, as well as identifying key research areas? Organizational changes will be required. New research business models, agile project management, new skills and capabilities, and collaborations with new partners to develop technology ecosystems. However, while these tools provide the means to measure agricultural production activities as they happen, it is important to stress that adoption hinges on both technological and economic factors. It is also interesting to note that the tools of digital technologies and big data are intriguing because their implementation is a key form of innovation, and because the use of these technologies can foster additional innovation by making existing innovation systems even more effective. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow agriculturists, conferences such as this provide a valuable opportunity for research scientists, industry specialists, and decision makers to share experiences. I am grateful to our members, my fellow professional agriculturists, and many experts who have come to share their knowledge this week. I also welcome the many representatives of government, industry associations, and the NGOs who have joined us for this conference. I'm sure we will have very fruitful and rewarding exchanges in the next couple of days. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Dr. Ranyola. As he said, no, we hope that everybody learns a lot and get to reach out to your former colleagues or friends who are also participating in this virtual summit. I think at this point, Mon is going to introduce our plenary for the afternoon. Mon?
Yes, thank you, Jay. And once again, welcome to this afternoon activity. Medyo naulan dito sa lugar namin. For this afternoon, we will be hearing the opening plenary session. And the topic of this plenary session is Agriculture in the New Normal, Sustainable Digital Agriculture Solutions. And this will be facilitated by Dr. Sami Medina. Sami?
Okay. So, muli, good afternoon to all the participants in the Second International Virtual Congress and 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. Okay. So, I will introduce our speaker for this opening plenary session. So, our speaker for this opening plenary session on agriculture in the new normal hails from Nagcarlan, Laguna, and is a forester by profession. In March 2006, he finished his BS Forestry at UP Los Baños and was top 1 in that year's Forester licensure examination. For this, he was given a certificate of distinction by the Professional Regulation Commission and by the Board of Foresters. He was likewise a recipient of the 2006 UPLB Alumni Association Leadership Award, and he also engaged himself with volunteer work with the Ugnayan ng Pahinungod, and in 2008 was given the UP Commendation for Service to the Oblation Corps by the UP System Ugnayan ng Pahinungod. Before his present work engagement, he has been a program supervisor and executive director of Earth Day Network Philippines Incorporated. As of now, his major competency areas are on environment, natural resources, and climate change, which are duly aligned with his present job as National Biodiversity, Environment, and Natural Resources Specialist of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk on sustainable digital agriculture solutions in Asia, please help me welcome Mr. Ryan Villanueva Vita. So take it away, Mr.
Pleasant
Vita.
afternoon to everyone. I'm Ryan Vita, the National Biodiversity, Environment, and Natural Resources Specialist of FAO Philippines, and I will be sharing a presentation on sustainable digital agriculture solutions in Asia. But before I proceed to my presentation, I would like to congratulate first the Philippine Association of Agriculturists for successfully organizing the Second International Virtual Congress and the 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. So my presentation will focus on two topics. First is on the Digital Village Initiative of the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. And second is on one of our projects related to the development of innovative ICT-based solutions. First is on the Digital Village Initiative of our regional office. So what do we mean by digital village? Basically, the digital village is a concept to promote digitalization in rural areas for the benefit of residents, enabling them to apply, deploy, or harness digital innovations and technologies, services, and solutions to improve their economic livelihoods, individual well-being, and create social cohesion through better connectivity. There is no single pathway or approach for a rural community to become digital, and there are many ways to apply and harness digital innovations and services. So what is the Digital Village Initiative of FAO? The initiative was launched to promote digital innovations to support inclusive, gender-sensitive rural development and sustainable agri-food transformation in support of Agenda 2030. It follows a country-led, user-centered, holistic digital ecosystem approach for digital village development. So when we say digital village ecosystem approach, we talk of the interaction by different factors that can contribute to the development of a digital village. Among these factors are basic infrastructure, for example, the soft infrastructure and internet connectivity. And one factor also is the demand for digital services. Is there actual digital literacy and skills in the community? And are the stakeholders actually demanding for digital services? Third is on supply of digital services. Are there enabling services like e-banking that are already available within the community? And are there also already digital technologies that have been developed in the area? Fourth is on economic sustainability. So are there already existing digital business models? And are there multi-stakeholder management of businesses in the area? And lastly is in terms of local ownership. So are there youth, local SMEs, facilitators that are involved in digital services? And as well as is the government and local community engaged in digital services? So how is the Digital Village initiative implemented in Asia and the Pacific? First thing that we look at is on the Digital Village landscape. So in terms of Digital Village development strategy support, once we have assessed the digital landscape, then we can conduct the Digital Village ecosystem assessment, which can show us the possible digital innovation options that are need-based, feasible, and inclusive. So once we have completed this assessment, we can already proceed with the digital innovation ecosystem development, which include the development of business models and pilot action plans. And then after development of these plans, we will be providing the digital pilot and deployment support, which includes literacy, training, and institutional capacity building activities. And last support that FAO provides under the Digital Village Initiative is on knowledge sharing and best practices exchange within and across countries. So here are examples of the countries where there are ongoing Digital Village initiatives. So we have it in Bangladesh, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Vietnam, Papua New Guinea. And also in terms of FAO support in knowledge sharing and exchanges, FAO has developed a Digital Village knowledge sharing platform, which is a web-based knowledge sharing platform that showcases programs, initiatives, and best practices and experiences related to the digitalization for inclusive rural and agri-food transformation. So you can see the different Digital Village initiative villages here, and the specific technologies that have been adopted by these villages. So if you want to learn more about the FAO Digital Village Initiative in Asia and the Pacific, you can connect to the following link, or you can simply search in a search engine the FAO Digital Village Initiative. Also, in case you want to know more in details about this Digital Village Initiative, you may also contact the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, specifically the Digital Village Initiative team through RAP _ DVI at FAO.org. Now I'll proceed with a country project that we are implementing related to development of innovative ICT-based solutions. So the title of the project is on enhancing results-based monitoring and evaluation through innovative ICT solutions, linking upland farmers to market and improving municipal water governance. So the objective of the project is to demonstrate replicable ICT models for project services, and for participatory, quantitative, and qualitative assessment of market transactions, natural resources, and project interventions and outcomes. The partners for this project are the Department of Agriculture, the Bureau of Fishery and Aquatic Resources, and the Department of Trade and Industry. We are also working with the National Irrigation Authority, and the project was supported by IFAD. The project takes off from previous experiences of FAO related to development of ICT-based solution. If you can see at the picture, the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, as well as the use of geographical information system. And we also developed some management information system. In terms of component, the project has 3 components. First component is on outcome level monitoring and evaluation, or a feedback system. And component 2 is on enabling access to market information at the local level for producers and buyers. And last component will be the compliance monitoring and reporting system for combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or IUUF. I'll start with component 1, which is on outcome level monitoring and evaluation, or feedback system. Basically, the output of this component is to develop an ICT-based tool that can be used for outcome level monitoring. So, computer-assisted personal interviewing, or CAPI system, was developed using free and open source software platforms. The system was built in a stack approach where functionality is modularized into 3 major components. ODK Central. This is where the information or data that are obtained from interviews are downloaded. Then we have the ODK Collect, which is an Android-based software that can be used for survey and can be used to replace paper-based survey. And lastly is the Grafana, where the information that were collected through ODK Collect and downloaded to ODK Central are processed and visualized. So through the system, we are replacing paper-based survey. The second component is enabling access to market information at the local level for producers and buyers. So for this particular component, we are developing an online portal for the protection and promotion of Philippine origin linked products. So this online portal is very timely, especially that the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines will be issuing an implementing rule and regulation on geographical indication. So if you are aware of geographical indications, it's a type of intellectual property right wherein origin-linked products are protected internationally. So the features of the online portal is the homepage where people can learn more about GI and its benefit. So how GI can protect origin-linked products, not only at the national level, but at the international level, and how GI can valorize products and provide value adding to these products. Second is a directory or product category wherein information about the different categories of GI products as well as the associations that are producing them can be found. And then next feature is the news and announcement, and then a registration section wherein people can be aware of how they can register their products for protection. And lastly will be the frequently asked questions related to GIs. So the last component is on developing compliance and monitoring systems to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So this particular component is being piloted with the Seacoast Alliance municipalities in Surigao del Sur. The alliance consists of 10 LGUs, and specific outputs for this component is the Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Assisted IUU Reporting System and the Compliance and Monitoring System to combat IUUF. For the second output, we are developing a municipal vessel monitoring system. First is on the UAV-assisted IUU reporting system. This slide illustrates the flow of the UAV-assisted IUU reporting system. First, we have potential or possible incidents of IUUF. So the one who witnessed the potential IUUF incident can report the incident through a phone-based reporting, SMS or mobile app report. And then the report will enter into an online database and can be viewed by authorized person in a web-based reporting dashboard. And once the report is received by the authorized personnel, they can immediately implement their protocol and allow the conduct of drone flight mission. The purpose of having a drone conduct a flight mission is to verify the report. So there will be no need for immediate deployment of law enforcement agencies. They can initially deploy the drone to verify if the report of IUUF is actually accurate. So the activities for this system are deployment of the unmanned aircraft system, the mobile-based anonymous reporting system, the development of the reporting protocol, and the trainings to operate and maintain UAV and implement reporting protocols. So these are just some illustration of how the UAV assisted system is envisioned. So the UAV or the drone system. So under the project, we have provided 2 units of Aeromapper Talon amphibious small unmanned aerial system with an endurance of at least 1.5 hours continuous flight. So these UAVs have fully autonomous fixed wing and are amphibious aircraft. So actually they can be launched and they can be landed on the sea. So Also, the UAV has swappable payloads of Sony RX020MT RGB camera and the iShot Pro forward-looking video camera with real-time video downlink of range of 15 to 20 kilometers. So there's a real-time video downlink to monitor what are actually happening in the areas where the drones will be deployed. Also, the drone can be used to map areas due to it having mapping cameras. So maximum altitude speed are 3,500 meters above sea level and 90 kilometers per hour. And the drones have a wind tolerance of at least 40 kilometers. So the drone also have mission planning software, meaning that you can fully plan the areas where the drone will be flying, and there's no need to manually operate the drone. And it also has fail-safe features, meaning that once connection with the drone is lost, the drone will automatically return to the area where it was launched. So also the project involves online trainings on mission planning and flight operations. So the second output of the project is on municipal vessel monitoring system. Basically, what we are doing under this particular output is we are installing maritime transponder that can be located by a gateway that is installed in a high-level area along the coast. So the maritime transponder communicate with the gateway through radio frequency, and the gateway is connected to cloud, and the information provided by the gateway to the cloud can be viewed in a monitoring station. So what are the activities that we are doing here? First is on deployment of boat tagging equipment, and then data collection system for boat and equipment, and upgrades if needed. So the maritime transponders that are provided under the project consists of 100 units of maritime transponders for real-time GPS tracking and monitoring of the location, speed, and path of the fishing vessels. So these are long-range radio frequency-enabled maritime transponders that can be located up to 50 kilometers. The transponders are weatherproof, and there's an online platform dashboard for real-time mapping of transponders locations. So also, there's a geofencing capability. So for example, you can delineate the location of marine protected areas, and when boats enter those delineated areas, the platforms can notify the authorized person that there is a boat that have entered a restricted area. Also, the maritime transponders are capable of issuing SOS alerts and notifications, and on-site setup and installation of gateways and transponders, as well as on-site training on the use and maintenance of maritime transponders. So in terms of other features of the maritime transponders, the maritime transponders has features on fish catch documentation, wherein fishermen can attach or First, tap the card where the fishes were caught, and information related to the location where the fishes were caught will be stored in the card. And then this card can be attached to tuna, to the fishes that were caught, such as tuna, which are high valued catch. And then once they return to the coast, they can obtain the information that are stored in the card and tap it in the port. So such features are very important, especially if you want to document the location where these fishes were caught and prove that they were sustainably caught. So fish catch traceability is very important, especially when you plan to export your catch to other countries. So we also provided support to the partner alliance in terms of developing or establishing their monitoring station, consisting of desktop computers, which meets or exceeds the specifications needed for their monitoring station. So there's a large format display monitor for their computer, and the computer should be compatible with the associated vessel monitoring system. And the computer was set up and installed in the monitoring station at the designated office of the Alliance in Surigao del Sur. So here are some pictures of the deployment and installation of the maritime transponders that were done from December to January 2022. And these are just examples of what a gateway looks like. So basically a gateway is an antenna that uses radio frequency to obtain the information, and it's connected to the internet. So these are just pictures of the turnover to the monitoring station for SICOS, and some areas that also has monitoring stations related to the use of radio frequency-based maritime transponders. So thank you.
Ita, for that very interesting topic. And I hope the participants have learned a lot from this presentation. And at this juncture, we would like to present to Mr. Vita the certificate. Or are there questions from the audience, from the participants? So there was a question here from a Facebook user. Does FAO provides hardware and softwares for this endeavor?
Yes, maybe for the Digital Village initiative, I think the support provided by FAO is more on technical assistance. But for the innovative ICT solutions project that we are implementing in Surigao del Sur, we provided both hardware and software. So we provided the maritime drones, and as well as commissioned technical service provider for the development of the systems and tools.
Okay, so are there any more queries or questions? Okay, so you can see that, Sir Ryan, how much will it cost to operate one digital village?
Yeah, actually, I can't give an estimate of how digital village development will cost, especially that the needs of different villages will differ. So it depends on how much hardware and softwares are needed for that village, as well as the capacity building that needs to be provided so that village can become a digital village. So it actually depends on the needs and requirements of the village.
Okay, so does the Kobo tool compliance with the data privacy
Uh,
from?
yeah, we have discussed this during our the development of the project, and based on the discussions, Kobo Toolbox comply with data privacy. So I think in terms of especially the requirements even by the European Union, Kobo Toolbox is actually compliant with data privacy requirements.
That would be very good. Okay, so are there any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? So maybe if there are no more questions at this juncture, we would like to present to Mr. Vita the certificate. So we are here. Here's the certificate for Mr. Ryan Vita. Certificate of I think of appreciation is presented to Mr. Ryan V. Vita for sharing his expertise and knowledge in his paper entitled Sustainable Digital Agriculture Solutions in Asia, given this 22nd day of July 2022 during the second International PAA Virtual Congress and 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit, signed by Dr. Roberto Efrañola, the Board of Trustees Chairman, and by Dr. Louis A. de Vinagracia, the PAA National President. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Vita, for sharing your time and your knowledge with us, with the PAA members and participants. I hope this will not be the last that we will be engaged with. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sir, Sir Vita and Sir Sammy. Ang
We will
galing,
leave
no,
it at.
Kuya Mon? Dati,
Oo.
bamboo village lang ang ini-imagine natin ngayon, digital village.
Ako ngayon, may farming village nga lang. Ngayon pala, digital village na. But anyway, we are quite ahead of time on our schedule. And before we proceed with the plenary session 1, some reminders. Don't forget to sign up for our attendance this
Yes.
afternoon. Imagine po, yung ating pong attendance is being monitored on a per session basis. So sa umaga, may attendance. Sa hapon, may attendance. And then later on this afternoon, we will be flashing in the link to our evaluation form for our day 2 activities.
Actually,
And
ayan na, naka-flash na yung evaluation.
yan, ito pala, may naka-flash na yung day 1 evaluation, yung hindi nakapag fill up ng day 1 evaluation. This is the link for the day 1 evaluation. And then later on, yung day 2 evaluation will also be flashed. Now, what is the importance of signing up with the attendance form and the evaluation, filling up the evaluation form? Yan po ang pagbabasihan ng PAA para mag-issue ng inyong Certificate of Participation with CPD units. Ito pong ating Congress ay may 11 CPD units. So, of course, ang mabibigyan lang po ng CPD units at ng certificate na may CPD units, yung pong nagbayad sa ng registration sa Congress. Okay, so moving on, Jay, siguro we can start with the plenary session 1.
Yes, Mon, start na tayo ng plenary session 1
Pwede na
natin. Okay? So our first plenary will be set of plenaries will be facilitated by Dr. Virgilio Hacusalem. Okay? For each of the speakers, they will have a 40-minute max presentation. Most of them have recorded their presentations as well. And then this will be followed by a live response to a 10 to 15 minutes time for question and answer. So the whole plenary will be facilitated by Dr. Virgilio Hacosalem.
Okay, but
I think
before we
that
call on,
yeah.
Jay, before we call on Dr. Hacosalem, let me introduce to you the plenary session 1 titled
Yes,
The
please,
Agriculturist as a
Mon.
Professional in Generating Sustainable Digital Agriculture Solutions. So Clerks et al. In 2019 reported that big data, Internet of Things, augmented reality, robotics, sensors, 3D printing, integration, ubiquitous connectivity, artificial intelligence, digital twins, and blockchain, among others, are the different forms of digitalization in agriculture. An interdisciplinary perspective, that is, social science and natural science, was adopted by the study. The thematic clusters that were generated are adoption, uses, and adaptation of digital technologies on farm, effects of digitalization on farmer identity, farmer skills, and farm work, power, ownership, privacy, and ethics in digitalizing agricultural production systems and value chain. Digitalization in agricultural knowledge and innovation systems, and the economics and management of digitalized agricultural production. These clusters have inherent challenges and would need sustainable solutions from agriculturists as professionals. So for this afternoon plenary session 1, we have three plenary speakers, and they will be introduced one by one by our facilitator, Mr. Virgilio Chacosalem. Chuck, take over. Wala pa si Sir Jack daw.
Wala pa si Jack.
Wala pa si Jack.
Okay.
So,
But is he coming in? Maybe
yes,
we
he will
should
be coming in.
start. Maybe you can start by introducing Dr. Laborte, our first speaker, Mon? Or should we wait for Jack?
I think we should wait for the Mr. Jack because he called up early this afternoon.
Okay, okay.
We're ahead of schedule, so ang alam niya ang schedule niya is 3 p.m. pa. So we have 30 minutes to probably we can play some videos of our sponsors, Dax.
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PAA supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOSTP card sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOSTP card ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOSTP card upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOSTP card ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOSTP card. Kami ang DOSTP card.
Okay, so I think Mr. Jacosalem is already in. So Jack, you can take over and facilitate the plenary session 1.
Check.
Go ahead, Jack. You're on.
So, sorry po. Ang hirap talaga basta Internet of Things. Anyway, we are now on our plenary session number 2 on analytical saan ba yun? The agriculturist is a professional in generating sustainable digital agriculture solutions. For our first session, our first speaker is a senior scientist, special analyst for policy and market research of IRI at UPLB. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in statistics, cum laude, in 1990 at UPLB. Took her master's on geographical information systems at the University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia, and her doctoral degree on production ecology and resource conservation at Wageningen University, the Netherlands. She is a member of the Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation at University of Twente Enschede, the Netherlands. She has been doing research for more than 20 years, covering a broad range of agricultural and natural resources management. She uses spatial information to deliver evidence-based and actionable information to inform policy, research prioritization, effective targeting, and scaling of technological innovations. Also contributed to the analysis of agricultural and rural transformations, mapping and characterization of rice-based systems, and assessment of changes in the landscape, assessment of yield gaps, impact of innovations, and testing of alternative delivery pathway, and dissemination approaches to enhance the adoption of innovations, including digital tools. She co-authored several publications in her field of specialization and mastered GIS, remote sensing, spatial analysis, market research, farm household, and regional land use modeling. To discuss our first topic, implementing data-driven agriculture for small-scale rice farmers, please help me welcome Dr. Alice G. Laborde.
Can you see my screen? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to share with you our work at the International Rice Research Institute, together with our partners, in developing and operationalizing digital solutions for data-driven decision-making to support smallholder rice farmers. Okay. I will be talking about 3 digital innovations developed for the Philippines and funded by the Philippine Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Agricultural Research. The first one is PRISM, or the Philippine Rice Information System, which is a satellite-based national rice monitoring system that has been operationalized since mid-2018 and operated by PhilRice. The second is the Rice Crop Manager, or RCM, which is a digital tool that provides farmers with personalized nutrient and other crop management recommendations for their rice fields. And this has been transitioned to the DA again through PhilRice in October last year. And finally, I will be talking about PRIME, or the Pest Risk Identification and Management, which is on rice pest surveillance and monitoring. We are currently developing sustainability plan as we transition the operations to the DA through the Bureau of Plant Industry, which has the mandate on pest surveillance and early warning. First, let's talk about PRISM. So PRISM is using remote sensing, crop modeling, smartphone-based surveys to generate information on where rice is grown, when it is planted, and how much rice is produced. Rice is mapped using time series synthetic aperture radar from Sentinel-1 and a rule-based rice detection algorithm. Regional partners throughout the country monitor over 2,000 rice fields to know what is happening on the ground and also to validate the resulting maps. To illustrate how we map rice areas using satellite imagery, I would like to show you a series of Sentinel-1 maps taken in over parts of Davao. The image you can see on your screen was taken on October 18, 2015. And what you can see here, for example, the bright areas in the northern part, these are settlements and built-up areas. Rice paddies are over here. You can see here a canal and other vegetation over here. So watch how this transitions or changes across time. The same area on November 20 looks like this. So some of the areas became darker. So this is the time when the land is being prepared. So there is water in the field for land preparation. And the same area on December 1 looks like this. So you can see, for example, this area over here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, is a little bit light, but it becomes darker, and other areas here became a little bit lighter. Again, the same area on December 12th looks like this. So this the transition, no? So this differences across the season allows us to accurately map rice areas and distinguish it from other crops. So as a result of applying the algorithm, we were able to identify these are the rice areas over that region. Now, because of this transition, this dark and lightening of the imagery, in addition to mapping rice areas, we are able also to map planting dates. No? So these different colors on your screen show that different dates of planting occurring in that particular area. Now, we are also estimating yield using the crop growth simulation model ORIZA, which has been modified to get input from SAR, from the Sentinel imagery, in addition to the usual inputs of weather, soil, crop-specific parameters, and management practices. So high-resolution maps, such as the one you see on the left part of your screen, have been generated since 2015 with accuracies above 90%, especially in recent years. The map in the center shows when rice is planted. And you can see that majority of the rice areas in the northern part of Luzon were planted from June to August, although there are also a few areas already planted in May and also in September. Now, the planting dates information is very useful because we can know in advance whether there is a potential shortfall or delay in rice supply. And this is important, particularly for importation considerations. In addition to mapping rice area and mapping yield and mapping crop calendar, we can also look at mid-season forecast and end-of-season yield estimates using, as I mentioned earlier, crop modeling together with satellite data. Data are available much earlier than official statistics because we don't have to wait till the end of the season to interview farmers to find out what their yields are. And also they are available at a finer detail. And as you can see here, for example, in the map on your right, this is a map of the yields in parts of Iloilo. And you can see some areas in red. So these are fields that have yields of about 2 to 3 tons per hectare. And so this allows us to identify areas where there may be potential issues, where yields are low, and where productivity enhancing technologies are needed the most. Now, in the event of a flood or drought, satellite imagery can also be used to rapidly identify affected areas. The one on the left shows a damage assessment done for the effect of Super Typhoon Goni in 2020. This is over Region 5, over Bicol region. The red areas are those that are flooded rice areas, and the green are the other rice areas but were not flooded as a result of the typhoon. Blue areas are those that have been flooded but are not rice areas. And these have been provided to the Department of Agriculture if the damages happen early on the season, then they can provide, for example, seeds for farmers to be able to replant. Or if it happens towards the end, it also identifies what sorts of support or interventions are needed to help farmers in those areas. Now, looking at several years of data like this allows us to identify where are the flood-prone rice areas, like the one you see on the right. So as part of PRISM, we were able to generate typhoon assessments from 2014 to 2020, resulting in 45 assessments. Of course, they are not on the same area because sometimes the typhoon pass Luzon, sometimes they are in Visayas or Mindanao, so there are different locations. But based on this, in around central Luzon, you can find areas that have been flooded quite often as a result of typhoons or monsoon season. So, for example, these orange to red areas, so these are rice areas that have been flooded 10 to 19 times over the 7-year period. So, knowing where the flood prone areas are, then we will also know where we can target technologies such as the flood tolerant rice varieties developed by our breeders. So, these are the areas where they are needed the most. The satellite-based rice monitoring has been institutionalized in the Philippines, as I mentioned earlier, since mid-2018, providing the government with monthly data on rice area, mid-season, and end-of-season yield estimates. And this was particularly useful during the lockdown in 2020 when surveys could not be conducted and PRISM was the only source of up-to-date information on rice production situation throughout the country. If you want to know more about PRISM, you can visit the site and I'll show you on the screen. So this is the timetable for the delivery of PRISM products. This has been adopted as a result of consultations with the department to coincide with the reporting period and for their particular requirements. I also would like to mention that as part of the damage assessment, we don't only provide estimates of damages, but if there's an coming typhoon, we make also an assessment regarding the rice areas at risk. So PAG-ASA provides a typhoon path, the probability cone, and we overlay that with rice areas and try to find out what are the growth stages in these rice areas and which are the areas at risk of potential damages when the typhoon hits the country. And that allows also the government to prepare for such a typhoon before it comes. So I'm now going to move a little bit in a different geography just to mention other applications of this technology. So the PRISM was applied in the Philippines. We call it RISE in the other countries. That's remote sensing based information and insurance for crop and emerging economies. But the technology is essentially the same. But here there is an additional application which is on crop insurance. And in Tamil Nadu, India, for example, RISE has been used to expedite insurance payouts as part of the government insurance scheme. An example here is a severe drought that happened in Rabi season in 2016 and 2017 that prevented farmers from planting. The map on your the 2015-16 map shows the normal rice areas that are grown in this particular village. In 2016 to 2017, you can see that very few areas were planted with rice. So these are the areas, some of the areas that are shown here, farmers were not able to plant rice because of the severe drought. And so as a result of the data being provided early on, the farmers in areas that could not plant the rice were given early payout, so as part of the insurance scheme. Another application is in Cambodia, where a dry run was conducted using area yield index insurance. Again, looking at using data on yield derived from satellite imagery. And they tested out a scheme. This was in partnership with a crop insurance company to look at payouts and also what farmers feel about the situation. So more information will come out in the succeeding trials for this application of the rice monitoring based on satellite imagery application of crop insurance in Cambodia. Okay. So let's now move on to the other digital tool that I'm going to present, and that's RCM. So the RCM Advisory Service is actually a suite of tools developed by ERI and partners that is now being used in PA. First, the farmer registration, which includes field characterization and management. and then the printing of RCM farmer ID card, then the RCM interview, which I will talk more a bit later, and then a tool for monitoring a farmer update. First, the farmers are interviewed about their rice crop prior to crop establishment, usually by a government agricultural extension worker. And next, on the basis of this interview, crop management recommendations are generated using the RCM application and provided to farmers. If farmers register their mobile phone numbers during the interview, then they also receive reminders about the recommendations as short SMS or text messages. So just to show you that there's behind the recommendation is a set of data based on experiments that have been conducted across several years and in different locations. So this data feeds into this calculator that is behind RCM. So on the basis of this interview, calculations are made and then recommendations are provided to farmers. Now, the recommendations include the amount and kind of fertilizer to be applied, the timing of fertilizer application during the critical growth stages of the rice crop, and in addition, other recommendations include quality seeds, seed rate, and seedling age if transplanted, and general pest and irrigation management recommendations for each field that the farmer registers. So this shows how many RCM recommendations have been generated. So there are a total of 2.7 million unique recommendations have been generated since 2014, and a total of 1.4 million farmers reached by RCM. And based on nationwide on-farm trials, there is a 10 to 32% increase in farmers' yields with RCM, and there is also an increase in net income with adoption of RCM. Based on external evaluation, 6 out of 10 farmers adopt RCM recommendations. Okay, so one of the things that we wanted to look at was how to scale RCM. So one of the things that the current implementation of RCM is that the agricultural extension workers are the ones who interview farmers and provide the recommendations to farmers. Now, if you want to take this to scale, it might not be possible to rely solely on extension workers because of the limited time with which this interview must be conducted, because it has to be conducted before the start of the season, and be able to provide these recommendations to farmers. So we're looking at alternative dissemination actors who else can support our government extension system to be able to provide this service to farmers. And we looked at state universities and colleges because they also have a mandate and they also have some opportunities to provide support, and also fertilizer dealers, because there are in our interviews with fertilizer dealers, they said that it's good because then this recommendation comes from the DA. So it's not like we are, and it's science based. So it's not like we are, because I'm selling to you, then you have to buy or apply this much fertilizer. So there is some interest in them also to participate, and also credit providers. So we have interviewed some cooperatives where they are interested in providing loans to farmers and attaching RCM as a way for them to be able to get higher yields so that they can repay. And so we are conducting actually this season a randomized control trial with these 3 different dissemination actors, and the control, of course, is the current system, to look at how the implementation can possibly take place and how to incentivize them. So at the end of the season, we will be interviewing them about their experience and whether this is something that they would like to continue doing, And as I mentioned, how do we incentivize them to be able to do that? One other thing we're looking at is how to encourage farmers to adopt RCM recommendations. One of the things we developed is a video in the local language, and we set this up in Iloilo, wherein after the RCM interview, we show them a video showing the benefits of RCM and a fellow farmer talking about RCM and his experience with RCM. So at the end of this wet season, we will be going back to the farmers and see whether that has an effect, whether they adopted RCM or the recommendations in full or partially. We're also looking at what enabling policies are needed to take RCM to scale and enhance a wider adoption. Okay, so now let's go to Prime. Okay. So Prime developed a standard protocol for pest surveillance and reporting that is now being used in the Philippines. So trained technicians throughout the country, armed with a smartphone, visit and assess the pest situation in selected rice fields throughout the country monthly. Automated reports are generated, and pre-semester and monthly bulletins, which include pest advisories, are developed and disseminated to regional crop protection centers, and which are forwarded to local government units and to farmers. There are over 2,700 monitoring fields that are visited by our partners in the regions. And on the basis of the data collected, bulletins are developed. We also developed a pest alert system. So every day, an alert is sent if there is a report of elevated incidence of pest injury or insect pest count in the last 24 hours. And this is sent via email. So this is an example of how it looks like. We also tested and how to do this with using a mobile phone, but it's not yet implemented because of cost implications if this is going to be implemented. But we tested that as well. Now, in addition to pest surveillance, Prime also developed and tested pest risk models for brown plant hopper, BLB, and blast. Because as we know, we would like to be able to identify risks so we avoid the outbreak. So we don't want to wait and see fields that are already heavily infested, because by then no amount of crop management recommendations will be able to save the yields of farmers. So we want to anticipate that by looking at identifying areas where risk is high. So these pest models have been developed. This is an example for a brown plant hopper. And the red areas are the areas where risk is high. So we overlay that with the rice area map from PRISM. And this is how it looks like. So you see which period the risk is high and in which areas. So again, this rice, for example, in this area, in January to April, the risk of PPH is high. We also did this, as I mentioned, to simulate neck blast incidents. So this is an example showing first and second semester simulations for 2019, showing in Central Luzon, in Region 3, the risk is higher during the second semester or the wet season compared to the dry season. So we do a lot of capacity building also as part of this activity, because we want to make sure that the pest models that we've developed and the monitoring system that we've developed will be taken up and continued beyond the project. So I showed you an overview of 3 digital solutions that support decision-making at different levels. A prospect is to make these tools interoperable to improve results. So this is already starting with Prism and Prime, wherein results from Prism are being used, such as the start of season and the satellite imagery are being used as input for pest risk models. Being discussed now is how nutrient management recommendations in RCM can be improved by introducing adjustments mid-season based on yield forecasts and indices derived from satellite imagery coming from PRISM. So I would like to talk about a few lessons that we've learned in developing these digital solutions, no, from research to operation. And the first is that ownership is key to sustainability. So co-development, regular communication, and joint decision-making are important. So we consider the stakeholders as not as end users. So that we have to identify the key stakeholders and partners, plan how to engage them and involve them early. It will not work if you develop on your own these digital solutions and then give it to stakeholder and say, here, use it. It's easier. Goes much easier. Actually, it goes much easier in terms of operationalization if they are involved right from the start as a co-developer and work closely with them in order to um, develop the system and to fit their specific requirements. Establish confidence in accuracy and timeliness of product delivery and clearly demonstrate value addition. So why would they change the way they're doing things? And you have to demonstrate that this is accurate and this is provides timely information and can be useful, particularly for their work. And the most important also is to build capacity to generate and use products and sustain the system. It's not enough that you provide solutions to generate and use the products, but it's also important to sustain the system because there will be costs associated with continued use and continued development of the system. And that's why we develop sustainability plan together with our partners to help see how we can continue operation beyond the research phase of these projects. So these are the different partners that we have under PRISM, RCM, and also Prime. As I mentioned, these were made possible because we have strong collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, also with the DA regional field offices who have contributed significantly to this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doc Laborde, for that clear delivery and informative discussions on the 3 digital agricultural innovations. So let's now open the floor, the table, for some questions from our audience, from our participants, from our professionals. So we have here, can the technology be used to measure the percentage of change in land use in a certain area?
Yes, definitely. Satellite imagery is okay. Is very good for detecting change. No, what we presented here is a rice area, but you can also see, for example, if there is a contraction of rice areas, have they been converted to other uses? You will clearly see that, for example, for succeeding years, rice is grown here, and then all of a sudden it has been converted to, I don't know, golf course or urban area. So satellite imagery is very effective in detecting change. No? Also, not only for change from one crop to another or another land use, but you can also see intensification. No? You can see here if previously you have only one crop of rice and then when an irrigation system was improved or was built in a certain area, were you able to detect now double rice crop or triple rice crop? So change detection can be seen using satellite imagery.
Okay, thank you, Doc. That answers the question. We have another one. Okay. How immediate is the real-time result? Okay. Can we start from present? No, wait. How immediate in the real-time result can we extract from present?
What can be provided is monthly, where we can actually be confident about the change. No? If there are satellites that can be that can make more frequent acquisitions, then we can increase the frequency of available of detection of rice areas. But for now, with Sentinel-1, without supplementation of others, for example, the best we can provide is monthly data.
All right. Any other questions from our panel? Okay, there's another one from a Facebook user. What strategies did you use to encourage stakeholders' participation to these digital solutions?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned earlier, that's the reason why we have to engage them early, and also to look for the potential partners and stakeholders, and to encourage them and participate in the discussion. So we had kickoff workshops, we have consultations to make sure that they understand what we are planning to do, and also have a say in what we are developing. So we actually created a project management team, and the DA is part of that project management, and we meet regularly to present to them our progress. And also to ask them for directions. And that's also why there were a lot of changes that have happened as a result of these consultations. Just to give an example, initially the project will only produce mid-season and end of season yield estimates. That was the project. And when we were discussing with them, they said, but we need more frequent data. No? And so that's why we moved to monthly data. And the question that was asked earlier, actually, they also wanted weekly data. Unfortunately, with the satellite imagery that are available to us for free, the most that we can do is monthly. But again, also, we had to make adjustments. For example, in the rice areas at risk. So initially, our what we included in the proposal is to have a damage assessment after a typhoon or a drought. But they also said, okay, but we also need information on how much rice areas are going to be potentially affected if there is a typhoon, or if the typhoon will pass by this particular area. So that's why we adjusted the methodology to be able to produce results that will be useful to our stakeholders. I think that's a part of the process that we learned as we went along, that it's good to have the consultation early rather than developing the system and then have the consultation later. Then it will be too late to make adjustments, or we won't have enough time to make adjustments, because as you see, this will only be useful if they are tailored to their particular needs, and we provide data that are going to be useful for them.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Any other questions that we have? Oh, this is a bit longer. We'll try to read this. So, good day. Let me read this. In the case of PRISM, why is it that there is no data on the platform about the rice fields in our locality? So this is in Claveria, Misamis Oriental, in Region 10. Is this required area of the is this, of rice fields by farmers to be able to be captured and displayed in the present platform? How accurate is having satellite imagery than doing a UAV to capture data?
Okay, I will answer the last question first. In terms of accuracy of capturing satellite imagery over UAV. Okay, so actually with UAV, you will be able to fly it lower, and then you can actually see if it's rice or not rice, right? But you cannot do that for the whole country, because that's going to be very expensive. That's going to take a long time, and that's why you have satellite imagery. But if you're looking at smaller area, and you can fly a drone over that area, then that would definitely be more accurate, and not probably not going to take so long, because you don't need to download satellite imagery, for example. No, but again, there is a trade-off about what you can see and what you can, and the how do you call it, the extent. No, as I said, you can, for a small area, UAV is great, but for the whole country, you will not be able to do it. Also, in hard to reach areas, you won't be able to fly a drone. It will be difficult to do it there, because you have to physically go there, which will also take which will also take time and also finances. And just to give an example, for example, there's a typhoon. For example, the one like Typhoon Haiyan. You won't be able to fly a drone because you won't be able to get there. But satellite imagery is taken above the earth. You can take it, and it's taken anytime, so you don't have this physical issues in getting to a particular location. Now the first question, I think I forgot the first question. Can you remind me again the first question? A specific site. I think you were asking why there are no fields in Claveria, for example. The mapping is done for the whole country. So there is data for the whole country. However, if you're asking for specific monitoring data, we don't monitor all fields in the whole Philippines. That's not possible to do. So there are selected fields that are monitored to be able to check if there are changes, if the parameters in the modeling need to be changed. But essentially, any point in the Philippines, it can be mapped and there is data. It's probably not just available in the platform, but you can write to Prism if you have a need for specific data. There is a button there for data requests. So you can write to them and they will process your requirements.
All right. So that's from Claveria, Misamis Oriental. Okay, do we still have some questions? Okay, we have one here from Norvik. Using Prime, the most important thing, I think, is the forecast of pest and diseases occurrence. How immediate is the forecast?
Okay, that's a good question. For now, what we've done with the models is to look at weather data. So we're using weather data to predict, because that's usually in most of the pests and diseases that we're looking at, those are the most significant in terms of contribution for pest risk. So at the moment, we're not yet able to do a forecast for each particular season, because we don't have forecast data. Actually, we have been requesting for forecast data from weather forecasts from PAA, so that our modelers will be able to use that. So at the moment, we are just using historical data and looking at pest risk in these different locations.
Okay, that answers the questions. Why? How fast? So we have another questions on board. Okay, we have here coming from Dennis Klo. Satellite imagery is very important, not just in agriculture, but also in disaster management and provincial. Thus, our national government has available at most real-time satellite imagery available for the use of government agencies.
Okay, that's a good question. Examples of satellite imagery that I've presented are those from Sentinel, the European Space Agency. There are also other satellite imagery that are commercial, but often when there's a big calamity, these satellite imagery are made available for free to governments. No? So for big big disasters. But we now have the PhilSA, the Philippine Space Agency, and they are looking at satellite imageries also that are can be how do you call it, can be pointed to the Philippines as needed. So I have not actually seen some results of this, but there are already satellite imagery that are coming from the Diwata and the other satellites that have been launched for the Philippines, microsatellites.
Okay, this is becoming interesting. A lot of people are questioning now, no? So another one from a Facebook user, how can this be validated in the field? What's the right time to check your satellite data, onset or after dry and wet season?
Okay, so how can this be validated? That's a good question. So that's why we have what we call the rise non-rise field work that is being done and implemented, and a team goes to the field and checks with the GPS, goes to an area, and is this rice or not rice? No, so that is done throughout the country after each season, and so that we have an assurance whether we are actually, it's easy to make a map, but is it accurate enough? And so that's how we are able to compare what is visited physically by people with the GPS coordinates and what the map is saying. And then we reconcile that. We compare what is the accuracy in terms of whether we were able to accurately map the rice and the non-rice area. So that's how we validate in the field. So that's why field work is very important to make sure that we are adequately, we are developing maps that are accurate. And your next question, I'm not sure I understand it. What is the right time to check your satellite data, onset or after dry season? Okay, when? So usually we do that after, not before, or before the end of the season. And that's when the fields are visited to make sure that you can still see the rice on the ground, no? Because if it's already harvested, sometimes if it's just harvested, it's okay. But sometimes if it's already there for a long time, you're not really sure whether that's rice or fallow or something else. So usually towards the end of the cropping season.
All right. So from Cheryl, what is the percentage of accuracy of prime doc, especially on rural location?
I'm not sure. Are you asking about prime or prism in terms of accuracy?
Prime is the question here. What is the percentage of accuracy of prime, especially on rural locations, possibly on pest surveillance?
Maybe the pest risk. For the pest surveillance, because these are actually what they see on the ground, no? So that means they are really accurate because it's really visible. In terms of the pest risk, they are looking at sensitivity analysis, because if it's a prediction, no, looking at pest risk is a prediction, so you're not really sure exactly. But through experiments that can be checked, and also looking at characteristics of observations that are happening in already at the ground. So as I mentioned, there is pest surveillance being conducted monthly. So these are sources of information that we can check with our pest risk maps.
All right. So we don't have any more. Oh, we still had one. Good afternoon. Can't this system, what's this about silently? Let me see.
Also identify other crops like sugarcane.
Yeah, you can read it, Doc.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
question is, can the system identify other crops like sugarcane? The technology can be used, remote sensing can be used to identify other crops. But for this particular purpose, we concentrated on rice because that's what we were, targeting. But essentially, remote sensing can be used to map corn, other crops, sugarcane that can be used. But of course, you have to understand the signature. As I mentioned earlier, when I showed you the progression of the imagery, so that specific signature, that's how we differentiate rice from other crops. So if you want to identify sugarcane, you should be able to look at locations where sugarcane are located and then see the behavior across the season, and then we can adequately map sugarcane as well.
Okay. So not only corn, not only rice, but all other crops.
Can be, yeah, but that means that research still needs to be done. So you cannot just use Prism to be able to do that, no? Because for Prism, we looked at the signature and tried that. But the technology using remote sensing, you can detect other crops.
All right. So we still have one here. Okay lang sa'yo, Doc. Or do I have to read it? Are there existing digital solution that assist farmers to market their produce, especially if there is a typhoon coming?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can answer that question. So maybe there is opportunities for connecting farmers to market using digital solutions, but I'm not involved in such kind of analysis for now.
Pag-asa na yan. Okay, we'll try to find another one. Wala na ata. Okay, one last question before we will
Okay, the question is, what is the status of deployment efforts for these technologies, and what is the platform being used for the deployment? So the technologies like the Prism is already being used at PhilRise. So this is already beyond research. It's already operational. In terms of Prime, we are transferring to BPI, also going to be operational, so beyond research. RCM has also been transitioned to the DA through PhilRise. So PhilRise is now operating RCM, of course, with the support of the regions and agricultural technicians who are interviewing farmers and submitting the data to the server. But the operation is now being managed by PhilRise.
From a Facebook user. Okay, how can our AEOs, agricultural extension workers, use this technology? Is this available on mobile apps and can be used even offline?
Yes, so RCM in particular is available. You can use that using your mobile phones, and actually that's what they're using, no? Mobile phones or tablets. And they have an option now for offline because, as we know, in the rural areas, it's really very difficult. Sometimes there's no internet connection, so they can interview farmers even without internet, even offline. And then when they are when they have internet connections, they can submit, but actually they can now generate recommendations even when they are offline.
Okay. Specifically for RCM.
Yes, for RCM.
So, any other questions? It's beginning, I don't know, we have a lot of questions on post, maybe. So, if none, or we still can accommodate one more question, or no more? I think that's all we have from our participants on the query about the three digital agricultural innovations in the Philippines: PRISM, RCM, and Prime. So with that, we would like to thank Dr. Laborti for sharing her expertise on the matter. And we would like to present to her our certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
Okay, certificate of attendance for this activity is presented to Dr. Alice G. Laborte for sharing her expertise and knowledge and her topic titled Implementing Data-Driven Solutions for Small-Scale Rice Farmers. Given this 22nd day of July 2022, during the second International PAA Virtual Congress and 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. Signed, Roberto F. Ranyola Jr., Chairman, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Loy A. de Venegracia, President, National PAA. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving forward. Do we still have any announcement from the Secretariat, or we'll just go forward? Okay, our second speaker of the Plenary Session 1. Our next speaker doesn't need a lot of introduction, actually, for she is a known personality in this family. In fact, she's the immediate past president of this organization, PAA. A graduate of BS Agricultural Chemistry in 1971 at UPLB and took her master's in animal nutrition in the same university 20 years later. In 2008, she got her doctorate on animal nutrition meats at Tottori University in Japan. And before retirement, she was a scientist one at the Philippine Carabao Center at UPLB. Because of her dedication and commitment towards work, she received several citations, awards, and recognitions, and now currently involved in the different professional and civic organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss our second topic, demonstrating solutions, strategies in digital agriculture for smallholders in the livestock sector, please help me welcome Dr. Rosalina Doc Baby Lapitan.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Doc.
So, I will present the digital agriculture for sustainable smallholder farmers, the livestock sector. The presentation outline, we have the precision livestock farming, digitally enabling agricultural transformation for smallholder farmers, hardware and architecture innovation, making solutions more affordable, short profiles of digital applications in the field of precision livestock farming, smallholder farmers involved in digital agriculture in developing countries, and obstacles of using technology for small farmers. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations reports that global food production from 2010 increased by 70% prior to 2050, with the world's growing population of 9.4 to 10.2 billion. Low and medium income countries expected to see the highest population increases, And many of LMICs, most of the population is in the rural areas. More than 70% of farmers are small-scale producers, and 570 million smallholder farms worldwide. The smallholder farmers makes up 20% of the world population, where two-thirds of the world's domestic animals are kept in developing countries. Over 90% are owned by rural smallholders. This is dominated by crop livestock system, with livestock playing an essential role in highly diversified livelihood strategies that typically combine crops and livestock with off-farm activities. Precision livestock farming incorporates the use of digital technologies by controlling agricultural processes, improving production and reproduction, increasing human and animal welfare, facilitating targeted resource use to reduce the environmental impact. There are five main types of technology for PLF: monitoring and environmental sensing, specialized hardware and software, telematics and positional reference, communication systems, Internet of Things, 5G, Wi-Fi, smartphones, televisions, and others, and analysis of information systems. Some of the benefits of PLF improve or at least objectively document animal welfare on farms, reduce greenhouse gas emission, and improve environmental performance of farms, facilitate product segmentation and better marketing of livestock products, reduce illegal trading of livestock products, and improve the economic stability of rural areas. These are some of the benefits of PLF to smallholder farmers. Decrease resource inputs, that is, save the farmer money and labor. Reduce risks by preventing livestock from diseases. And with the population in the world increasing, there is a need for the livestock because while agricultural products, there is insufficient for humans. Digitally enabling agricultural transformation for smallholder farmers. Digitization of smallholder agriculture can reduce risk, improve productivity, increase incomes, empower women, and help solve the impending challenge of producing enough nutritious foods for the world's rapidly growing population. Some promising trends enabling digital technology adoption. We now have smartphone costs, which is rapidly decreasing. The Jio phone in India costs less than $10. Data plans are more affordable. More countries are reaching data costs of less than 2% of monthly income. We also have social media usage, which is rapidly growing. Social media and tools such as WhatsApp and Facebook sees the rapid adoption in low and medium income countries. Mobile money enabled growth of digital services. The M-Pesa in Kenya, for example, has been attributed to a 2% decrease in poverty. During the pandemic, we have the GCash and the PayMaya, which became very popular. Mobile internet coverage. This is increasing, enabling smartphone use, access to information, app usage, and two-way data flows. LMIC, the 4G coverage increased from 30% in 2014 to 75% in 2018. Digitization of services, that is access to inputs, finance, insurance, and advisory services and connections to markets. Voice and conversational AI, voice assistants or chatbots show potential for providing farmers with automated advice and more streamlined access to information and services. Digitally enabling agricultural transformation for smallholder farmers. The desired features of the hardware for smallholder farmers are lower cost, technologies to sense or convey information at a lower price point, low power, sensors or cameras should operate for long periods of time with low and intermittent power, that is using renewable energy sources or low-cost energy storage solutions. 3, it must be ruggedized. Technologies on a farm must operate in harsh conditions, including adverse weather, floods, and in the presence of wild animals. Of course, theft-proof devices that can operate out of sight or can trigger an alarm may be more usable. Short profiles of digital applications in the field of precision livestock farming. We have APRISCAT in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania, which provides up-to-date pasture and water availability maps and weather information to pastoralists via a mobile application service. Assists farmers with migration decisions, improves pasture management, and reduces the risk of herd loss. Features crowdsourced geolocated warnings on conflicts and diseases. Jaguza in Uganda, a herd and farm management application that enables farmers to track and monitor their animals via sensors. A mobile application provides farming advice, market information, access to online veterinaries, as well as virtual marketplace for livestock. Budget Kononi in Kenya is a budgeting tool for farmers to support them in planning and estimating their costs and income. Users can identify the basic costs and elements required to set up and run their farming enterprise, along with revenue flows and timelines. DigiCow in Kenya allows farmers to register the animals, clients, and staff, record their breeding, sales, breeding, feeding, and health information, and analyze real-time reports in order to make informed, data-driven decisions. El Lunda in Uganda supports dairy farmers to track the performance of their herds. App includes features such as herd information and production records, as well as expenses and sales records. Properly managed records allow for easy assessment of dairy milk yields and quality, tracking of animal-specific data, as well as diseases. eWay in Kenya is a simple app that helps farmers estimate the live weight of their cattle, provide farmers with an inexpensive and easy-to-handle tool to estimate the live weight of cattle. The app uses an algorithm that is based on the heart girth as a proxy measure for live weight. For its estimation, a farmer has to register an animal on the app and specify its breed, sex, and heart girth. Live weight can be monitored over time, and 3 additional modules feed, dosages, and mating guide will provide information that supports farmers with livestock management decisions. Usumil Lulu in Kenya is a data-driven decision support platform for farm management. Provides a cell phone-driven purchasing and delivery service for farm inputs. EMAI app for Animal Health System is a warning app developed by FAO. It facilitates quality and real-time livestock disease reporting captured by animal health workers in the field. EMAI is integrated in the FAO's Global Animal Disease Information System, EMPRESS-I, where data are safely stored and used by countries. EMAI contributes to enhance early warning and response to animal disease occurrence with high impact to food security and livelihood. AMI is an easily adaptable to countries' existing livestock disease reporting system. It is currently used in 6 countries in Africa: Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Lesotho, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. Alibaba's ET Agricultural Brain, an AI program that uses facial, temperature, and voice recognition to assess its pig's health. Tells whether a sow is pregnant by following its sleeping and standing positions as well as eating habits. It's able to detect sick hogs and minimize accidents, such as protecting piglets from accidents through the introduction of voice recognition technology. Smallholder farmers involved in digital agriculture in developing countries. In Chungcheou County, Sichuan province in China, they are involved in growth of outsourcing market, which allows for the evolution of a digital agricultural service platform. Development of a digital agricultural business organization consortium, and continued expansion of a healthy digital ecology. So there are 4 phases of the digital transformation of smallholder farming. Phase 1 is the smallholder decentralization. Then they form a cooperative. There is a service provider for development and mechanization. And the last part is the digital transformation. I think this is what we are doing here right now, where the government can only support when there are some cooperatives, not individual farmers. Ghana, to increase the level of adoption of improved technologies in pig farming, expose farmers to as many as cosmopolite sources of information as possible for technology awareness. Outside the District of Mizoram, India, adoption of improved technologies through farmers' scientific orientation and scientific insight to develop scientific mind and attitude. Intensive farmers' problem and need-oriented trainings, social participation, they prefer small groups, and of course, soft loan rates. In Tunisia, institutional factor, being a member of an association benefiting from extension services and source of technology knowledge, plays an important role in the adoption decision of IT. In Indonesia, There is a collaboration between farmers and cooperative who cooperate with government agencies through agricultural extensionists. The concept of triple helix, where there is multiple sector interaction from government, education, and business. In Vietnam, Mekong Delta, the changes of technology use is influenced by technical training, meeting, oral transmission, trust on technician, and belief level on technology. Men are mostly involved in technologies for rice, fruit, and fish production, while women are for pig and chicken production. Factors that trigger adoption of new technologies are progressive, young, and educated male. Adoption of technology is limited by the conservative old men, and they have weak belief on ensured high yield of new technology. Farmers have positive perception of technology, and the perception of technology face problems in application due to lack of capital, lack of direction from the government and extension, and lack of compensation policy in insured yields. In the Philippines, the Extension and Advisory Services Information System, IASIS, is a three-phase project of the PCC with Grumman, led by the Knowledge Management Division, which is led by none other but our new member of PRC, Dr. Eric Palakpak. There are phases 1 and 2 included production of learning videos and development of mobile apps. These are K-Bigan, iHealth, and K-Bigan, iFeed, in consultation with DAPCC's technical experts in the field of animal health and nutrition. The acronym stands for Knowledge Brokerage Guidance and Advisory Network. Kaibigan, because we think of kaibigan, farmers as our kaibigan. The third phase is the rolling out of the developed mobile applications for utilization by extension officers, village-based field veterinarians, and technicians. This includes orientation and consultation with area partners, enlisting of Carabao farmers, baseline survey of farmers, reporting the results, and this was started last May and will conclude by January of 2023. As per communication, this may be applicable also for other ruminants. Mariano Marcos State University Farm Management also went digital, and the digital platform included for livestock is the livestock and fishery management system, the use of solar-powered water supply for piggery and poultry, with an initial setup in the Nagbaksan area in Batak campus. And of course, the DA Digital Agriculture, which was comprehensively discussed by Sir Dennis yesterday. Obstacles of using technology for small farmers. The lack of knowledge development. What are the benefits? Lack of skills, training, and time spent on using new technology. Language barrier, especially if programs are imported. Lack of knowledge diffusion, adequate knowledge of livestock technologies is not accessible to small farmers, or some farmers already have their instruments. Lack of investment, the price of technology is expensive and the capital is not enough for buying and adopting new technology. I would like to show 3 slides on developed countries. The barriers, drivers of adoption of electronic identification, EID for sheep, are practicality, cost-effective, usefulness, external pressure, and negative feelings. Age, farm type, whether it's upland or lowland, or the size of farm are less important for the adoption of the technology. In a Swiss livestock farming, highly developed, small-scale, and diverse structured agriculture, adoption of electronic sensors and measuring devices, electronic controls, and electronic data processing options, usage of robotics in ruminant feeding, namely for dairy cattle, dairy goats, suckler cows, beef cattle, and meat sheep, sensors for measuring milk quantity or automatic concentrate feeders, electronic ear tags for pigs, smartphone uses for barn monitoring and poultry production, such as egg counting, bird weighing, or environmental and feeding controls for commercial farms. Technologies have been available for a long time, but they are not implemented on a large scale into livestock farming. Animal tracking systems, automatic heat detection, or automatic milk system, which we further refer to as milk robots. There is a need for collaboration of policymakers to include multi-sectoral group, the government, academia, and business. We need to strengthen the agricultural extension workers who are in the ground to make more farmers aware of developed digital technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc, baby, for that very informative presentation and discussions on short profiles of digital applications in the field of precision livestock farming and other digital innovations, collaborations in the field of livestock industry. I think we're now ready for our participants. Any questions that can be presented in your live stream? None yet. Doc, you made mention about short profiles of digital applications in the field of PLF, precision livestock farming. You made mention about the 7 apps. Are these available already for the use of our livestock farmers?
Actually, there are 9 of them, but
9.
they are, yes, but they are mostly in African countries.
So it's
I
not
think the FAO is the one that is being adapted in the Philippines. This is particular for disease surveillance. For the ruminants, which is being studied by, or the apps are being developed by PCC. It's still ongoing. The different trainers have been trained so that it will be spread out to the different LGUs with with ruminant or particularly the carabaos.
Okay. So we still don't have any.
Actually, when I
Proceed, Doc. Proceed.
Okay. Actually, when I asked some of my friends, kasi nga, alam mo naman, tagal na retired ang lola. So, medyo, late sa mga technologies, I really have to do research. And it's really surprising that I did not find any literature for the Philippines. And I have to personally interview Doc Eric because I also emailed, and I had a very good help from one of my inaanaks who is now in BAI, Miss Laarni, who gave me some references. And parang nakaka-disappoint kasi nga sabi nung son-in-law ko who works in poultry, only commercial farms can avail of these technologies kasi sila yung may pera. Kasi sabi ko nga, paano yan ang api ko is on smallholder farmer. So that's really a big problem. So I think PCC has started this up because ang napansin ko kasi nga si anong tawag dito? Nakalimutan ng pangalan. Erwin. Sa crops talagang meron na silang mga apps for smallhold farmers. Pero sa livestock, parang wala pa akong masyadong alam. Wala akong nakita.
Okay, Doc. So there was a flash for a while. There was a question. May pina-flash kanina. Okay. Ma'am, in other countries, they have apps for economics and agronomics and solution provider for creating learning blocks that can make decisions on technologies that can make their venture profitable. With PAA, how can this tech be reinforced and improved upon to help the growth of Philippine agriculture?
Kaya ko ba yan sagutin?
Mahaba nun.
I think, no, kasi nga, dapat siguro talaga yung mga policy makers natin, with this coming up, and siguro talagang will have to have a voice na these are the needed things for our smallhold farmer. At least nakita na naman natin na ang DA nag-start na nga sila talaga ng digital programs. But talaga ang nandun pa rin yun sa crops eh. Diba? Lahat talaga kahit yung sinabi ni Yanis kahapon. So, kailangan siguro paalam natin na bigyan na rin ng boses ang livestock.
Yeah. Okay. Mas may boses pa yung livestock kaysa tanim eh. Okay, another question. Do we have another one in the stream?
None so far, sir.
Okay. For you, Doc, just for your opinion, no? How important, or shall I say, why important is the application of digital technology for smallholders in the livestock industry? And maybe as well sa poultry din. So, yung digital agriculture baka, importante ba yan?
Kasi, importante talaga. Kasi, sa totoo lang, iba halos mga bata ngayon, ano na sila eh, tech savvy na sila. So, ang gusto natin ma-encourage the youth para at least they will go to agriculture. And this with the digital technology, I think parang ang katulad ng sinasabi namin na you can grow your vegetable, you can grow your own food without dirtying your hands. And with the digital technology for livestock, I think that can also be done. Pero yun nga lang, hindi ganon ka-practical kung konti lang yung iyong hayop. Pero ang nakikita ko din with digitalization, yung monitoring, di ba? Kahit naman kokonti yung livestock, yung monitoring, at least makikita mo pa rin even if you are not present in the farm. So, importante din yon.
Because what we are looking, Doc, is the rural community itself, di ba?
Yes, yes.
So, it's a difficult scenario in urban agriculture, in urban commercialist agriculture. So, the adaptive or the, what do you call this? The acceptability aspect is actually a problem, no? Especially when we talk about those things, we talk about digital agriculture, we're talking about connectivity, and that's the main problem. So kaya nga natanong ko, how important is this? Especially for me, in my own opinion, we have not transcended from Ag 2 to the fourth agricultural revolution. Yan ang problema, especially in the rural community. So probably is on, the question would probably be on how to convince, especially our marginal farmers, that this is the trend. Could we provide them gadget? Could we provide them connection? Or what is the role of us as professionals, professional agriculturists in the fields, no? Especially to the marginalized one?
Kailangan talaga explain sa kanila benefits na makukuha nila. Kasi kung mag-digitalize sila, it is possible to increase the yield. Makikita mo kaagad, lalo pa kung halimbawa yung may mga sakit na mga hayop, makikita mo kaagad yung mga yun eh. Ang problema talaga natin is connectivity. Parang kahit naman yata sa rural area, naka-4G na yung mga bata eh. Makikita na nila, o pakikita mo lang, katulad lang ng halimbawa, meron kang sugat, pakita mo lang sa doktor o anong dapat gawin. Parang ganun din yun na, o kaya meron kang CCTV sa bahay, dahil wala ka, at least makikita rin niya if you are outside. And just like in the farm, you can do that. Mamonitor mo, baka kailangan ka na magbigay ng tubig, o ano, kasi kita mo physically.
So this entails high cost of initial capital?
I don't think so. Para ang CCTV mahal? Mahal ba ang CCTV?
I don't know.
Oo, hindi na siya kasi ako nilagyan na sa bahay ng mga anak ko eh. Para daw meron na akong bantay eh. Kaya, yung ganoon na kahit wala ka sa bahay, alam mo yung nangyayari. So parang ganoon din. Meron din sa farm na makikita mo kasi nandun na yun sa telephone mo. Yun kasi yung mga bata, high-tech na talaga sila eh. Sa mga bata na nga ako nagpapaturo, ano ba dapat na gagawin?
Yeah, that's the trend. So do we have any more questions posted? Wala na. I think, we still have one. From Giancarlo Jacinto. How can these digital technologies specifically help the livestock sector, particularly the hog racing?
Hog racers? Is this the small farmers or commercial? Of course, the commercial talagang ano na sila, makakatipid na sila. Madami silang matitipid sa pagkain, sa tubig, kasi parang kung kulang ng feeds, babagsak ang feeds, hindi yung katulad yung tayo na nasa likod
Rural.
bahay lang yung pinapakain ng baboy, lahat na lang lalagay natin, madami din naaksaya. So, for the rural areas, ang masasabi ko lang siguro, more of monitoring kung halimbawa ng anak, baka maiipit na nung nanay, di ba? Alam mo yun, na you can easily inform your kasama, or kung wala kang kasama, ikaw mismo makakatakbo ka doon sa pen para maiwasan yung mga ganitong aksidente. And yun nga, medyo additional expense, pero in the long run, I think it will be economical kasi nga maiiwasan yung mga ganoong pangyayari.
Okay. So definitely that's about hog racing, may it be commercial or sa likod-likod lang. So we don't have any more questions posted.
Wala na po, sir. Wala na.
Wala na. I think that's all for Doc Lapitan. Thank you so much, Doc, for your time. And then
Thank you very much.
Giving you your certificate from PAA. This is a certificate presented to Dr. Lapitan for sharing her expertise and nako, I cannot see.
Ako nilang babasa.
Knowledge in the best paper entitled Demonstrating Solutions, Strategies, and Digital Agriculture for Smallholders in the Livestock Sector. Given this 22nd day of July, 2022 during the Second International PAA Virtual Congress and the 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. Signed, Roberto Efrañula Jr., Chairman, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Loy de Benagracia, PAA National President.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Doc. Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Okay, before we proceed with the next presentation, Jack, we would like to go on a break muna, since it's still early and Dr. Inder, the next speaker, is not yet in.
On board. Okay.
He's not yet on board, so let's have a 15 minutes break, and 15 minutes break. And before going on break, again, I would like to remind everyone that the filling up of the attendance sheet is after the link has been posted. Okay, and also the evaluation form. Once it is posted, you can immediately fill up those forms. Remember that we have attendance for morning and for the AM and the PM session. So kung nakapag-fill up kayo ng AM, don't take it as that is your attendance for the whole day. You have to fill up the PM session attendance. Okay? So yan, nakalagay na yung mga hindi pa rin nakapag-fill up ng day 1 evaluation, kindly fill up the day 1 evaluation, and after this session, we will flash or post the link to the day 2 evaluation. So let's have our 15 minutes break. We'll be back at 4:25. It's 4:10, so we break at 4:25 if my mathematics is correct. In the meantime, let's watch the videos of our sponsors.
Is one of the world's mega diverse countries, rich in natural resources and biological diversity. The very reason why agriculture, marine and aquatic, and natural resources are foreseen as key sectors in achieving sustainable and inclusive development in the country. With the right policies and programs in place, backed with appropriate technologies and innovations. Attaining development is not far from reach. This is where the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD, takes its ground. PICARD was established in 2011 through the merging of two sectoral councils under the Department of Science and Technology. The Philippine Council for Agriculture, Forestry and Natural Resources Research and Development, and the Philippine Council for Aquatic and Marine Research and Development. Consolidating these two organizations into one apex council broadened its coverage, as well as provided a unified and holistic approach in addressing concerns in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources, or AANR sector. The Council aims to provide strategic leadership in promoting science and technology, or S&T, as a platform for AANR products innovation and environmental resiliency. Committed to sustaining dynamic leadership in S&T innovation in the AANR sector, PICARD formulates policies, plans, projects, and strategies for S&T development in the AANR sector. It programs and allocates government and external funds generated for research and development, or R&D efforts, as well as monitors R&D projects. It also generates external funds for R&D activities. PICARD carries out programs and advocacies according to 4 banner programs that embody its S&T interventions in the AANR sector. These are strategic R&D, R&D results utilization, policy research and advocacy, and capability building and R&D governance. The Council builds partnerships with local and international organizations for joint R&D, training, technical assistance, and information and technology exchange. It also ties up with funding institutions to support its programs and advocacies. Through the years, PICARD has been a lead organization in managing the network of government and higher education institutions involved in the AANR sector. Guided by its core values of relevance, excellence, and cooperation, PICARD catalyzes development through advancing S&T in the AANR sector. It is steadfast in its commitment to its mandates for the betterment of the lives of every Filipino, now and in the generations to come.
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PICARD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOSTP card sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOSTP card ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOSTP card upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOSTP card ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOSTP card. Kami ang DOSTP card.
Okay, welcome back to our post of our plenary session. We were informed that our next speaker, who is from Netherlands, will be touching down at 4:45. So, mukhang na-delay yung eroplano. yung eroplano. So he'll be checking in at 4:45 in our StreamYard. So we'll take this opportunity to greet our participants. Baka may gusto sa inyo magpa-shout out sa inyong mga kaibigang ngayon nyo lang uli nakita sa StreamYard na uma-attend ng ating Congress. So, of course, binaba yun from Alcuin. Uy, good afternoon everyone watching from Pilfida, Eastern Samar. Good afternoon, Alcuin. Shout out sa Magsaysay, Davao del Sur, Mau. Sobrang active dito sa RCM. Relate much, sabi ng isang taga-Facebook user. Oh, very good. Ooh. Sabi ng isa naming kasama dito, wow, project ko yan. Sino kaya yon? So, dito sa RCM. Magpapalakpakan dito sa headquarters. Ito, shout out from Yagaw, LGU. Watching from DA Pilmec, si Chris Almasan. DA Pilmec. From LGU San Jose, Negros Oriental, si Barry Nicolas. Shout out po dito sa Agusan del Norte, sir, si Ana Roda Espanyol Gonzaga. Good afternoon from Ahmad, DARFO 10. And good afternoon from Ginubatan Albay, si OP Daisan. Hello, Sermon. Oh, hello, hi. Pa-shout out po. Hey, from DOSTP card. Naku, sino kaya? Ang layo noon. Ang layo noon. Good afternoon, everyone. From Bayongbong, Nueva Vizcaya, si Gabriel Kimayong. Kita nyo, ang layo ng DOSTP card. Nag-shout out sa akin. Wow. Baka ka-opisina ko yun, ah. Officer pa ba ako? As immediate past president? Ako. So, wala na ba? Good afternoon. Watching from Puerto Princesa City Agriculture Office. Kaso hindi ko mabasa yung pangalan at tayo yata yung pagkakasulat. Good afternoon, everyone. Watching from Central Mindanao University, si Bethel Gracia Taban. Shout out sa City Agriculture Office ng Bayawan City, Negros Oriental, si Daisy Maata Calibo. Kumusta na lang dyan kay Councilor, sino nga ba yun? Nakalimutan ko apelyido. Anyway, kaibigan ko kasi yung kapatid ng councilor na yon, si Leonard. So, good afternoon po. Watching from Mau, Santa Maria, Bulacan, si Roniel Reyes. Ayun, naisip ko na agad yung taga Negros Oriental, taga Bayawan, si Councilor Tihing. Okay, pa-shout out po from PCC, WVSU, sa Western Visayas State University. Shout out from DA, Balesteros, LGU, Cagayan Valley, si Mark Kevin. Watching from DA, NOAP 3. From Franklin Co, watching from National Dairy Authority Visayas, from NDA. Si JJ Kabisay, good afternoon, watching from Bacolod City, the land of smiles. Mel Tarharcina Sanggalang, good afternoon to all from PAA Canarim Obatum Chapter and Partido State University sa Logon Campus. Ayun, from our chapter, Bicol chapter sa Partido State University. Shout out from the Central Philippines State University, Kabangkalan City, Negros Occidental, from Fernan Castro. Pa-shout out po from Bureau of Plant, Baguio City. Okay. Bureau of Plant. Maayong hapon sa tanan from Ivisan Capiz. Dami tayong mga participant na taga Visayas and Mindanao. Good afternoon po from the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, Pesticide Regulations Division, FPA. From Cherry Joy Bangkisio, good afternoon everyone watching from Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, Tacloban City. From Lambert Adriano, shout out po from Manila International Airport Authority, Pasay City. Uy, Manila International Airport Authority. O baka mamaya makita mo na yung ating speaker dyan. Watching from Mau Bilar, Bohol, si Donna Navasquez. Si Rhea Ann Palermo Antonio, shout out sa University of Southern Mindanao, Cabacan. Nandyan si Dr. Edward Barlaan sa USM. At yung chairman ngayon ng Board of Agriculture, si Dr. Emma Sales. Kudos to PAA from Arsenio Bulfa Jr. watching from Siliman University College of Agriculture, Dumaguete City. Yan. Watching from Municipal Agriculture's Office of Makilala, North Cotabato, si Eric Hernandez. Watching from PCA Basilan, Barm, Mods Abdul Rahman. Siguro itong mga taga-Barm na ito, pwede na silang mag-reorganize ng chapter. From Imelda Diaz de Vera, good afternoon everyone. Watching from the Office of Provincial Agriculture, Leyte. Andrea Flores Dawan, mabuhay pa. Watching from San Juan, Batangas. Ay taga Batangas, taga San Juan, taga Lai, maraming beach dyan sa Laia. Roel M. Del Agua, watching from Quicharao, Agusan del Norte, from Bernial Claro. Good afternoon po sa lahat from Nemsu, San Miguel, Surigao del Sur o del Norte. Watching from DA Central Office, National Organic Agriculture Program. Also hello to Dr. Adeflor Garcia. Hello to Dr. Melvin Carlos and friends from DST Picard from PRMSU San Marcelino, Zambales. Yun, naka-monitor dyan yung naka-streamer din yung mga taga-Picard dyan. Watching po from Northeastern Mindanao State University, Tagbina Campus, Tagbina Surigao del Sur, si Nancy Salera Doloriel. Feirin K. Amit Pascua, good afternoon, watching from National Tobacco Administration po, Candon Branch. Okay. Okay, so I think wala na ba? Wala nang magpapa-shoutout dyan. And meron ano yun, nabasa may good afternoon watching from the Carlota City, Negros Oriental. Pero before that, meron siyang nag-flash medyo mahaba-haba, nawala agad. Ayan, ito from Fluke Fairborn Fain Glorioso. Baka po pwedeng gawing virtual digital summit webinar ang lahat ng seminars offered by PAA National Area Chapters. Kung sakali hindi po pwede, baka po pwedeng gawing blending or hybrid po ang seminars for the sake of the participants and the hard to swallow realities. Ano kayo yung hard to swallow realities? Siguro yung mga pamasahe at saka yung registration fee. Anyway, yung mga regional chapters po na malapit sa inyo na nag-organize ng kanilang convention, ay pwede po naman kayo dong umattend kasi yan din po ay i-apply ng CPD points. Good afternoon. Still watching from Opag, Santa Cruz, Laguna, si Joven Racoma. Uy, shout out from PAA Office Los Baños. Saan kaya ito? Palagay ko ito ay nasa third floor ng DPITC building ng Picard. Jerry Monsale, good afternoon. Watching from LGU Oton, Iloilo. Watching from University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Claveria Campus. Good afternoon from OP Daisan. Shout out dito sa Hangar. Hangar, Legazpi, Apaw, Albay. Hangar, di ba sa aeroplano yun, no? Hangar na aeroplano. Watching from PCA 11, Davao, PCA Region 11, si Florence Fernandez. Nice afternoon po sa lahat ng mga taga Bureau of Plant Industry, Los Baños. Uy, malapit lang yun dito. Pa-shoutout po dito sa Peza, Baguio from Jerry Mark Razonable, Tayaban. Good afternoon, watching from Capiz State University, si Nes Marie Secretario. From Paulo Muego, Madrid, hello po, watching from the Department of Agriculture Central Office. Good afternoon po, watching from Canlaon City, Negros Oriental. Visayas ulit ito. Hello everyone, watching from WPU, Aborlan, Palawan. Good afternoon, watching from Central Luzon State University, the Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. Shout out po, watching from Masbate, si Benji Lake. Joylyn Reparado, watching from the Municipality of Bingawan, Iloilo. God bless everyone. Watching from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Agrarian Reform, Barm Sulu. From Mark Anthony Paga, shout out sa tanan. Padayong gapamimaw, naku, gikan diri sa BSWM NSRRDC for Highland Pedo Ecological Zone, Bukidnon Research Center. Maayong hapon sa tanan from Hill Angel Humalon. Shout out, watching from Bacolod, Silay Airport, agriculture lang sa Kalam. Good afternoon. Are the PAA planning to have a face-to-face convention next year? Yan, pinaplano na po. Pinapag-uusapan agad namin kanina. Yung next convention will be face-to-face na. Kung hindi tayo magkakaroon ng another bout with the pandemic. But we are already talking about the face-to-face. Maria Vianey, good afternoon. Watching from PCA Misamis Oriental. Itong apelyado niya, Vianey, apelyado na isang santo. Good afternoon po, watching from the Bureau of Soils and Water Management. Pa-shoutout po lahat ng nanonood sa Almed. Thank you. O yung taga-Almed. Arnold po Arosa, shoutout sa FPA, Central and Regional Offices. Shout out to Region 7 AEWs from Priscilla Soriano. Watching from Honolulu, Hawaii. Huy, Honolulu, Hawaii ha? Abot tayo sa Hawaii. Sabagay, International Congress ito, kaya abot yan sa Hawaii. From Ian Clint Estoras Capalat, watching from City of Golden Friendship, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental. From Gilbert Romano, good afternoon po, watching from BPI Plant Quarantine Service, Quezon. Alan Mercado Libano, watching from Pilfida Regional Office 11. Once again, we would like to thank our partners for this Congress, Picard, Sherka, Leeds Agri, Nature Tech, and HIPRA. Thank you for your support. Sana dito sa Bismin ang location ng face-to-face, tapos na kasi Cebu before pandemic, baka naman PAA. Oo, okay lang, siguro. Ang nakaplano nun bago mag-pandemic, Cagayan de Oro eh. Oh, Cagayan de Oro, di ba? Oh, Cagayan de Oro nga, nung nakaplano nung bago mag-pandemic. So from Andrew Ausa, good afternoon po. Andrew Ausa, watching from Region 4A, DNR, Senro, Lipa. From good afternoon from the City Agriculture's Office, Gihulngan, Negros Oriental. Good afternoon po, hoping for the face-to-face PAA convention, watching with my agriculturist wife. Ha ha ha. Uy, talagang in agriculture, there is love. Hello from Department of Agriculture, Office of the Secretary, Carmela Arcalingo, Carmcal. Ano yung Carmcal kaya? Kasi Carmcal pala siya. Okay. Watching from DARF 7, especially members of ZMA's chapter. Yan, ang ating mga members from ZMA's chapter. Sana may online pa rin for those can't afford going F to F. Sabi ni Agem Boya. Tingnan po natin yung hybrid style. Sabi ng mga kasama ko rito, 5 minutes pa. Okay, may announcement ba from the secretariat kung ano? Ito, shout out pa din itong isa. Shout out from LGU Gihilungan City, Negros, sending love to all agriculturists from Alimar Facturan Amaat. Watching from Libona Bukidnon, si Zara. Shout out po from DARFO 7 Research Division from Carl Apas, Trinidad. Andrea Flores Dawan, pa-shoutout po sa lahat ng viewers from Cagayan Valley, Bagat Chapter, and Cagayan State University. God bless po. Wala
Sir,
naman po pa-shoutout.
naubos na, sir. Naubos na.
Naubos na rin. Okay, naubos na rin pala. So, any announcement from the Secretariat? Anything about concerns ng members na gusto niyo address? Yun daw, ito pala, yung isang binibring out sa akin ng staff dito, yun daw mga nag-double payment. Nag-pay na noong, nag-pay na through, saan nga ba nag-pay? Through Land Bank yata o GCash. And then, nung mag-register sa app, ay nagbayad uli. Don't worry, i-refund namin yung, yung 500 through GCash na rin, no? And then yun namang mga kanina kasi may bring sa aking concern regarding yung nung magpunta sila sa app, nagbayad uli sila. So bayad na sila noon nung mag-register uli sila doon sa ating bagong app, nagbayad uli. So ang gagawin na lang po namin ay i-apply namin yung inyong payment for the succeeding years. Kaya makakapagpahinga na po kayong kampante kayo na hanggang doon sa year na yon ay kayo ibayad ng inyong annual dues. So yun po ang gagawin ng ating secretariat. Hindi po nawawala yung pera nyo. Ipapasok na po natin sa mga shout out from San Carlos City Agriculture Office from Pern Briones. From Gege Gabisay, ito very active ito sa ating comments. Sana po for those not connected with the DA and its agencies, still can tune in online for the convention to come para updated pa din po kami sa new trends and development. Thank you po. Opo, ini-announce po naman lahat namin ang lahat ng activities ng PAA, whether it's national or regional. Ang importante lang po ay kung masipag kayong bumisita sa website ng PAA. At lahat po ng announcement ay nilalagay namin doon. Pati po yung mga announcement ng mga different unpost, like po yung conference ng Crop Science Society of the Philippines, Animal Science, PSST, PAIDA, and the other member organizations of PAA. So ito po, advance info, ang Crop Science Society of the Philippines po ay magkakaroon ng kanilang 52nd scientific conference sa August. At ito po ay na-file na ng approval for CPD at binigyan po ng, kasi one day lang po ito, so binigyan lang po ng 5 CPD units ng Board of Agriculture ang scientific conference ng crop science. Ang Philippine Society of Animal Science po ay sa October, no? October ang kanilang conference. So another avenue po din 'yan para kayo ay maka-attend ng ang ISAAS po, yung ISAAS ay October din. So lahat po ng member organizations ng PAA na nagko-conduct ng kanilang conference, ini-announce po 'yan sa PAA website para po for wide dissemination among the members of PAA and non-members na rin po. Basta't pumunta lang kayo sa PAA website. So don't miss all these opportunities po kasi lahat po ito ay binibigyan ng CPD units as long as yung po mga organization ay mag-submit ng mga requirements for accreditation. Shout out from VRD RITM, Muntinlupa City, from Rod Perez. Okay, let's check. Last shout out from Antoinette June from Bounty Agro Ventures Incorporated. Let's check kung dumating na si Dr. Inder. Dr. Inder Kumar. Dax, nakapasok na ba?
Sir, wala pa, sir.
Wala pa rin?
Wala pa po.
Wala pa rin. Baka natagalan sa immigration. Okay, so hintayin po natin saglit. Baka po ako'y maubusan na ng mga adlib. Tuloy pa rin po ang ating shoutout. Kung meron lang po akong kung dito, turntable, magpe-play ako ng music. Para at pwede rin po namang kung may mag-accompany, pwede naman akong kumanta. Yung nga lang, baka mamaya mag-uwian na kayo. So, good afternoon. What about po this Congress? Ilang pong corresponding CPD points? Naku, kahapon pa po yung tinatanong at kahapon pa pong sinagot. Yan po ay 11 CPD points. Tandaan lang po nyo, ang kailangan lang nating requirement to renew our license is 15 CPD points. So kung umattend kayo ngayon, 11, apat na lang po ang inyong hahanapin. Kung a-attend kayo ng crop science sa August plus 5, 16, sobra pa po kayo ng isa na kailangan para sa 15. Okay, hindi po pwedeng ibangko yan. Ibig po sabihin nung katabi ko, kung pwede raw yung sobra, ibabangko. Hindi po pwedeng ibangko yon. And remember po, renewal is 3 years. So sa loob po ng 3 years, kailangan maka-accumulate kayo ng 15. So kung sobra-sobra na po talaga. But not much of the CPD points, but we are looking after the knowledge and the updated information on the field of agriculture. Kaya tayo every year nakakaroon ng ating Congress annually at saka summit. It's not much of on the accumulating the CPD points, but more of the knowledge that we learn from the different speakers that we have in our Congress and summit. Okay. The next song is dedicated to, wala tayo nung turntable dito eh. Need po ba namin maging member sa mga affiliate orgs like yung sa Soil Science Group? Mas magaling po kung mag-member kayo ng inyong respective professional organization, no? Hindi na pala 45 points. Hindi na po 45 points kasi may amendment na pong ginawa diyan kasi ang dami nga po nagrereklamo. So binabaan na po yung 45 points, ginawa ng 15 points. Okay. Shout out po from the Office of Provincial Agriculturist, Cebu. The last, yung aming pinaka-last na, hindi pala pinaka-last, second to the last yata yon sa Cebu. Okay. Wala yata yung aking partner eh. Si Doc J. Doc J, hindi yata connected si Doc J eh. Pinabayaan na ako mag-isa. Pinagtampuhan ako ng aking partner. Nawawala-wala siya. Naku, para siyang si Sisa, nawawala-wala. Crispin, Basilio, mga anak ko, nasaan kayo? Di ba yung nawawala-wala? Okay. So, wala pa rin ba si Mr. Inder Kumar? Although, nakalagay nga talaga sa kanyang schedule, 5 o'clock yung kwan. We are ahead of time from our schedule. Sir, saan po mag-inquire para magpa-member ng Crop Science Society? From Mark Anthony Paga. Pwede kang mag-log in sa Facebook, sa website ng Crop Science Society of the Philippines at naandun ang information on how to become a member of the Crop Science Society of the Philippines. O yan, dead air na naman tayo. Nauubusan na ako eh.
Ayan sir, dito na po siya.
Okay, nakarating na raw. Nakalabas na ng immigration, nakuha na ang luggage. So, pwede na tayong bumalik sa ating poster plenary session. Plenary session and Jack, you can take over.
All right. Hindi pa pwede magpahinga pa yan?
Hindi na siguro. Nakabinigyan naman ng merienda yan sa eroplano.
Baka hinihingal-hingal yan ah. Okay, so we are requesting everybody to sit back, relax, because probably our last topic today is about agroecosystems, emerging frameworks, and designing sustainable digital agriculture solutions. This will be discussed by a professor, a graduate of BS Agriculture Honors in Hisar, India in 2016. Bago lang. He took masters the following year on agriculture and development at the University of Reading, UK, United Kingdom. And just last year, he took his second master's degree on science, business, and innovation at Vrije University at Amsterdam, the Netherlands, after which he served as a teaching assistant in that university. Now, currently working as business research assistant at Wageningen University and Research in Netherlands. Tasked to perform business development strategy and data analytics of the agri-tech landscapes at the Digital Agri-Hub and coordinated globally renowned institutes to formalize the digitalization of agriculture and thematic community engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ender Kumar.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible to you? Right, I see we still have 8 minutes to the hour for the session to start. Meanwhile, I'll ask the technical manager to make sure that the slides are ready and also the Mentimeter poll which we are going to conduct.
Hello,
Yeah.
Inder. Inder, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You sound quite far away from the mic. Maybe you can come closer, or we hear the background more than your
Yeah,
voice.
unfortunately, there is background noise which I cannot
Oh, okay.
diminish. Yeah, but
All right.
my voice is that clear enough? Like, can I be heard precisely?
Not really, but I'll be flashing the poll right now. Perhaps you can. Yeah.
Yeah, but the poll comes later. First, it's the
Okay.
introduction about the
Okay.
slides itself. So I
All
see
right.
we still have 7 minutes. I'll try to find more of a less noisy spot. So bear with me. Apologies for that.
All right. Thank you. Sir, hahanap lang po si Mr. Kumar ng a better spot kasi medyo maingay daw po yung kanyang location.
Ganun pala. So nasa airport pa siya, Nox?
Perhaps, sir. Most likely.
Sana sa VIP lounge siya.
Let's just stand by for a while. Naghahanap lang ng magandang location si Mr. Kumar.
Sir Moon.
Yes, Jack.
Ang nationality ni Sir Kumar, Indian?
Indian. Siyempre, Kumar, Indian 'yan. Para lang
Akala-
para lang sa Korea pag ikaw ay Lee Choi, di Korean.
Pag-sing, Indian.
Pag-sing Indian.
Kala ko that's
Base lang siya ngayon sa G1. Okay?
Yeah, I hope now you can hear me well, and the
Yes.
background noise must be diminished a little. So
Okay.
good to know. So we still see we have 5 minutes. Just a small request in the presentation. There is a slide with a YouTube video link. Could you double check is the audio correct and if is it working all right or not? Just in case, otherwise we can. Also play the video on YouTube as well in case if it's needed. It's maybe the third slide of the presentation.
Hi, Ender. Yeah, it's not playing on my end on the slide. This is the fourth slide demonstration. Yeah, it's not it's frozen. Yeah.
Can
If it,
I put the link of the video in the chat? And,
yes, yes, you can quickly send me.
okay.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
play
let me
it
do
for
that.
you.
Yeah, link to the video is in chat.
I got it. I got it. All right, Ender, you can go ahead and probably introduce the topic, and yeah, we can get started if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Could we have the slides on the screen, please, just to know the name of the organization? All right, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being present in our today's event. I would like to first of all congratulate PAA for organizing such a regional level congress, which is highly appreciated at when we are talking about the international level events happening and then coordinating such regional events because there is always learning back and forth within different regional events. So really excited for that. And I'm also really welcomed that Digital Agri Hub was chosen for this event to talk about today's topic. And I'll hope to provide you the information along with the frameworks, emerging frameworks currently we're working at the Digital Agri Hub. And thank you also for the brief introduction of myself. So before we quickly jump into the presentation, I would just like to mention that at Digital Agri Hub, my role is to work as a business innovator, but also as a business developer, where we work with startups, investors, governments around the world, and we try to find impact-based solution precisely providing services for smallholder farmers in low and medium income countries. So solution can be deployed anywhere, but the solution has to be providing services in low and medium income countries. That's the sort of the value proposition of the hub. And what do we mean by smallholder farmers? Because the definition of smallholder farmers varies from geographic focus around the world. So the definition which I will be using constantly in the presentation for small scale producer is a farmer who has less than 2 hectares land per capita. So yeah, this is a brief introduction about myself and a bit of the proposition of the Hub. Digital Agri Hub is actually a think tank and a knowledge broker platform. It's a global platform focusing on low and medium income countries around the world to set up a digital agriculture ecosystem. So on your screen, you can see the sponsors, so the knowledge institutes the development institutes who are behind our project, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Foreign Commonwealth Office of UK Aid and US Aid, well-renowned donors at the national, international level are the sponsor of the Digital Agri Hub. It's a 3.5-year project, and we have just finished year one of the project. We are in year two right now. When it comes to the consortium members of Digital Agri Hub, Wageningen University, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, the very first icon, is the host organization of Digital Agri Hub in the Netherlands, and I am a representative to Digital Agri Hub via Wageningen University. Other consortium members such as GSMA, mobile network service provider at the global level, and they do provide insights at the global level as well. And they are based in London, United Kingdom. Grameen Foundation from USA and now which is Netherlands Advisory Board of Impact Investment based in Amsterdam, Netherlands. So these are the consortium members of the Digital Agri Hub. Could we move to the next slide, please? All right, a bit more about the introduction of Digital Agri Hub. What do we actually do at the Hub? So the main three tasks of the Hub is firstly to monitor innovations happening around the world, precisely focusing on digital agriculture solutions. So firstly, I would like to give two clear definitions of what do we mean by a digital solution. Which solution is eligible to be added on the dashboard of Digital Agri Hub. So agribusinesses or commercial enterprises or government-based initiatives or NGO-based initiatives, those who are utilizing digital channels, digital analytics-based services. I see that there is a comment about me speaking a bit louder. I will try. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So when they are providing services, precisely focusing as a direct implementer to smallholder farmers, or via involving a smallholder farmer value supply chain. So the actors such as extension agents, agribusinesses, SMEs, and entrepreneurs in the regional focus. So if they are directly working with smallholder farmers, so business to consumer model, or business to business model by focusing on the supply chain actors. So these are focused. So that will be an indirect focus. So that's the definition of an eligible digital solution provider for our dashboard. And what do we provide? We provide data. We'll in next slide talk about the dashboard in which we have collected database around the world from renowned data repositories, but we also provide insights based on the data what we have collected. So emerging themes are digital climate advisory services, which will be the hot topic of our current discussion after incoming slides. Also digital-based entrepreneurship, women empowerment, and then ultimately providing the impact metrics. So impact metrics precisely focusing for smallholder farmers in terms of farm revenue, farm management, inclusion of women farmers, and also marginalized communities such as special needs-based people or people of higher age group. So that is also a really important inclusion aspect what we have at the Digital Agri Hub. And then we try to guide investment throughout the landscape of digital agriculture, whether these are donor organizations such as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USA, UK Aid, Asian Development Bank Institute, Mercy Corps, etc., or impact investors such as Rabobank in the Netherlands and SPG Ventures in the US. And there are so many other investors, impact investors, who are investing in low and medium income countries around the world because they need direction in what direction system is evolving and we can provide such information. And what is our ultimate aim is to provide tangible impact for smallholder farmers. So the impact which I just mentioned: farm revenue, farm management, women inclusion, climate and disaster resilience, and D4AG solution and services which are provided for the smallholder producers. I'll give you some examples in the coming slide. So could we move to the next slide, please? All right, so now I would like to know more about who are the audience currently present, because that will ultimately help me to have a tailor-made intervention to know who my audience is, and then I can have a tailor-made storyline as well based on the audience. So there is a QR code on your screen. You could scan the code, or you could directly jump to the slido.com, and there's a password on your screen as well for the login details. We'll give about a minute for participants to jump onto the website, and then we can continue with the calls. A few more seconds, and then we can join to the calls. All right, I hope most of you are on the website. So the question, oh, I guess that's the second question. Can we see the first question if that has been answered? If you are new to the, okay, I see. So I see most of the people are new to D4AG terminology itself. And those who are experienced, they either have 1 year of experience. I see the results are still coming in, so we'll give it a little while.
Hi, Ender. Yeah. So I can only take the poll one question at a time. So as we move to the next slide, we will move to the next question. So people can plug in their answers using the Slido on their
Okay.
browsers.
Okay, great.
All right.
Right.
Thanks.
So I see so far the people in the chat are, or in the audience are mostly new to D4AG. So that's good to know that there is an emerging interest in the community to know more about what is D4AG and what can we actually do with it. Okay, we can move to the next question, please. So, according to you, when it comes to D4AG, what are the major challenges to work with D4AG or small scale producers in general? There are 5 options on your screen. Right, interesting insights. We'll give a couple more seconds. The results are still coming. So I see it's really interesting right now that the knowledge and information gap is one of the significant challenge, and that community also recognizes it. And access to internet, of course, policies. And the role of government here is also really important. I mean, there is no incorrect answer. All five options are correct, but this gives a bit more of an insight that what is the current emerging challenge when we are talking about the regional focus. Right. Okay, so I will try to emphasize more in my slides about the knowledge and information gap, but also the rest of the features as well, because I see these will ultimately be a part of the framework which I'm going to use in slides. All right, could we move to the next question, please? Right. So this is the last question in our poll. Now I would like to know which stakeholder segment most of the people are actually representing. Are you an investor? Could be a private investor. You have your own business. Are you an academic? Government official as an enabler, so policymaker, policy advisor, extension agent, which comes as a role of government as an enabling actor, donor foundation. So far, I see there is a strong representation of people coming from academic background. So I think it will be easier to go through the story, but also policy advisors and government officials. So good to know, because we need such a platform where stakeholders coming from different expectations and different challenges can express what the challenges are and how can we convert those challenges into opportunities. We also see we have value chain companies here. So these can be supply chain actors, input suppliers, financial institutes, or agribusinesses. We have also agricultural companies here, NGOs here. All right, so it's quite of a mixed representation. So that's good to know, because then there is something to be offered to everyone. All right, I think we have given enough time for the polls, and we have the results, so that's good to know. Now we can jump into the presentation again, and there is a small demonstration about digital marketing. So I would request the technical manager to either pull up the link of the YouTube video or play the video in the slides.
To all visitors, and welcome to the demonstration of our platform. This presentation aims to show you this working tool and let you know how to find digital solutions through our dashboard. The first step is simply to access the homepage through digitalagrihub.org. On the homepage, you can find the navigation menu that leads you to different pages on our platform. Insights gives you access to blogs and DCAS, or Digital Climate Advisory Service themes. News and Event displays an updated agenda on upcoming events and news around the hub. Under the tab About Us, you can find everything on who we are and what we do. The dashboard, which is the heart of the Digital AgriHub, can be accessed by either clicking on the dashboard on the navigation bar or via clicking the green button that says View Dashboard. Through this dashboard, Digital AgriHub publishes data on digital initiatives for agriculture around the world, revealing information about suppliers and their digital solutions, as well as monitoring digital developments for agricultural transformation worldwide. It provides insights for small-scale producers and supports investment in solutions that have real impact on the ground. The dashboard gives us access to a repository of data on digitization. This dataset is now gradually expanding to provide balanced global coverage through data collection and networking. At the moment, the dashboard contains 541 solutions. You can search the database by applying one or more filters, like the type of technology you're looking for, such as big data, artificial intelligence, drones, GIS, and many more. In addition, you can select use cases like finance or supply chain management. You can select organization types, stages, or tags. Another option is search by countries. For this, you simply go to the map, and by hovering over country, you will find information on the number of initiatives operating in this country. By clicking on the country, the information of the solutions is automatically displayed in the part below. This list of results shows the details of the selected initiatives, as well as their statistics and infographics at the bottom of this page. The statistics show the number of initiatives launched each year, as well as
Could we have the slides back again on the screen, please?
found a solution that interests you, click on the button that says Read More. Here you can find a brief description of the digital solution, the direct link to the provider's website, as well as information about the technology used, a map, financing information, language, among others. We hope the small demonstration has been useful for your future searches on AgriHub. If you have any questions or comments, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you for your attention and have a nice day.
Right, so that was a brief introduction about the dashboard, which is the heart of Digital AgriHub website for now. If you can have the slides back on the screen, then we can continue the conversation. All right, so the dashboard demonstration video talked about that at that moment when the video was made, there was roughly 550 solutions, but on the top of your screen, you can see right now with a global coverage of 646, that's the current number of the solutions we have around the world. Bear in mind that these are the numbers of the solutions which are deployed in low and medium income countries. And on the right hand side of the screen, I tried to pull up a screenshot of one of the solutions which is currently deployed in Philippines. So just to give you a bit more of the insight, what sort of data do we visualize on the website which is publicly available? First of all, what is the organization type? So this example which I pulled up in form of a screenshot, it's a commercial enterprise. So just to correlate it, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen under Find Digital Solutions, there are different filters. So on the right-hand side of the filter, second, the middle filter, which is the Select Organization Type. When you are live on the dashboard and if you click on that filter, then you get different organization types that we have. So it can be either commercial enterprise. So we have some startups and agribusinesses in audience right now who maybe are using digital technologies such as or digital channels. These could be mobile applications, social media, SMS services, USSD, or if they are using services such as drones, remote sensing, artificial intelligence, etc. So organization type is important because this gives us a really important insight what sort of organizations per geographic focus are currently in there. And for Philippines, we have seen that number of initiatives are quite less as compared to some of the other Southeast Asian countries. But the evolution is there. So we see that the ecosystem has been evolving fast. And then next is the headquarters. So we are back on the right hand side of the screen. After commercial enterprise, the headquarters. So headquarters could be anywhere in the entire world, but for this particular solution, it's based in Philippines, because if there is a solution which is, for example, Cropin from India, which is currently deployed in more than 52 countries around the world. They have their headquarters in India, but they are also providing services in the Philippines, other Southeast Asian countries, but also in Sub-Saharan Africa. Since when the solution is deployed, and so this gives us an insight also that up until what time there were very few initiatives at a landscape level, and when we are talking about the curve, how is this curve processing? So the insight what we collect, which is not publicly available but is available on one-on-one tailor-made basis, that who the audience is and what sort of insights do they need. So this gives us an insight how the ecosystem is overall evolving. And this example says the stage, which is the funding cycle, and currently it's a startup, and the funding stage is seed. So funding stages vary from pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, and C, and then the company is mature and then entering the IPO. So different financial institutes, whether these are governments, whether these are donor organizations, or whether these are impact investors, they step in different financial cycle and then they invest. So at the hub, it becomes really important for us to recognize, while considering the whole landscape, how is the landscape progressing? Are the initiatives in that country right now mostly driven by government-based initiatives? Then it has to be government-based investment and donor-based investment. But if private organizations, because of the policy, they are able to flourish, then impact investors have an opportunity to step into the landscape and then mature the market. So this also gives us a very important insight. Then next use case, which is mentioned here, is the supply chain management, market linkage, primary. So what do we mean by use case? So back again to the left-hand side of the screen, undefined digital solution, the filters under there. The second, the middle use case on the left-hand side, select use case. So we have 5 use cases which we identify on the hub. First is the advisory services. So what sort of advisory services are being provided, whether these are services provided as B2B model or B2C model. Then the market linkages, and then third is supply chain management. Fourth is ecosystem support, and fifth is finance. So credit availability, insurance availability, credit risk assessment facility. So here different institutions such as financial institutions and non-financial institutions. So this is about the use case. Now, the technologies which are being used, that can be portrayed in 2 different ways. Digital channels. So channels are the way through which we communicate and we provide the services. So this could be by using mobile applications, which is mentioned here. This could be by providing SMS services to the farmers, by desktop application, it's a business-to-business model, and then ultimately what sort of technologies are being used for. So for this example, we see that this solution provider is using technologies such as big data, storage, logistics. So this gives an insight. If you are a government representative in the audience, you can also see that how is the ecosystem evolving, and how many enterprises are there in your country right now which are government driven, which are attracting money from the impact investors, which are attracting donor money from the development institutes. So that gives us at the landscape level really good insight. So this is still at the landscape level insight what we have gained, and I'm trying to portray it to you right now. But ultimately, the very fundamental question: what do a small scale farmer get? What does a small scale farmer get out of it? Because smallholder farmers who have less than 2 hectare land per capita, they do not have enough money to pay for such services. So how do we provide such services to those smallholder farmers by involving all the landscape level ecosystem actors? So next slide will be focusing on that, which is the tag we have on the website. It's called Digital Climate Advisory Services. So when you will be exploring the dashboard on the website, you will see that most of the solutions are currently providing advisory services, because we see that there is a very broad spectrum of inequality in terms of the information provided, and there is a digital divide also, and there are high transaction costs. What do I mean by high transaction cost? For example, if there is a startup who is using drones to provide the services at a farm level. If they are getting money from the donor organizations, then they don't have to worry about their business model, because they have source of fund. They can work with smallholder farmers and provide the free services because they do not have to generate the revenue. But the issue with most of the development institute is that they provide funding on such fundamental grants that after a certain period of time, the grant money will run out, and now it is up to the business. How do the business generate revenue while working with their customers? So if they were unable to generate revenue from smallholder farmers, the business was ultimately collapsed because there is no revenue model. So there are some examples which were quite interesting, that so many drones company, they shifted from collecting farm level data and they moved to marriage ceremonies, so that they can provide services to people in lavish marriages, and they can click pictures from the sky to generate the revenue, because business has to run. But then ultimately, because of high transaction cost which is required to generate the revenue, their customer base has been moved. So this again create an inequality that ultimately smallholder farmers are not able to receive the services what they expect to receive. And another important challenge, which is the information inequality. What do we mean by that? Smallholder farmers who live in a very remote location, who do not have access to smartphones, for example. Maybe there is mobile network coverage, so they can use the cellular phones, so they can receive the SMS, but they don't use smartphones. Or in case if they use smartphones, they do not use the internet on regular basis. So you could be registered on a website or on a Play Store, on an iOS store, and the solution provider would say, hey, we have 100,000 registered customers on our account. But if those customers are not actively using their services, are the services being delivered to the people, to the target audience? So that creates also a information inequality and also digital divide. Digital divide is also one of the big challenge when it comes to farmers who are in urban areas and those who are in the rural areas. Because in urban areas there is better data infrastructure, there is better road connectivity, there is better infrastructure in terms of laptops, computers, public library available where people can go and access information. But in rural area, services and infrastructures are also quite limited, because these services are supposed to be provided as a public good. So government has to take the responsibility. But what if government doesn't have enough funds for that? So that becomes really another interesting topic, that what role can government play so that the digital divide can be reduced and ultimately services will be provided to smallholder farmers. And why we are talking about digital climate advisory services? Because of current changes we have been seeing because of the climate change, how catastrophic events we have seen in the past, and providing climate and disaster resilience based early warning sign is what we are currently focusing upon. And that is our aim, to provide climate information to smallholder farmers so that they can adapt to climate variability and change. So how can we provide that? There are two ways. We can use digital services. So digital services can be mobile apps, radio services, climate information platforms, or digitally enabled services. So these are the extension services providing digital information. So this is the sort of the framework which we are currently working with at Digital AgriHub. If we could move to next slide, please, then I would like to talk a bit more about how are we using the framework. So to represent our work done on digital climate advisory services, we have conducted international level events. You can definitely get the insights available on the website. The very first one of the kind event which we conducted was during the COP26 event at Glasgow, United Kingdom last October, which was an international level event for all global leaders to come in and then derive interventions how to deal with climate change. So Digital AgriHub with Wageningen University and Research and other world-renowned institutes, we hosted an EU-level side event with the theme of Digital Climate Advisory Services, bridging the divide between science, policy, and practice. There is also an insight brief available on the website, which is precisely talking about integration of smallholder farmers and the DCAS value chain. So from now on in the presentation, instead of mentioning digital climate advisory services, I will address this as DCAS services. So there is an insight report which we conducted for Sub-Saharan Africa, 9 countries. You can have a look and gain insights which are relevant for you, but also I will talk about that in the next slide. And there is also a blog post available, which is precisely how to attract more of the private capital, private investment money in this sector. And the use case what we chose, that was precisely the example of India, because in India we see that the market is currently maturing. Government policies are helping so that the business can flourish, and they are able to attract money from impact investors as well. Moving on to the next slide, now I would like to talk a bit more about how do we use the assessment framework. So in the assessment framework, there are 3 sort of elements or the categories what we use, and I would like everyone to pay attention to these because this slide is the core slide of the whole session. First is the institutional policy environment. So this to talk about what are the evident policies or the regulatory framework which are ultimately being an enabling factor for providing DCAS services. Whether government has policies to provide agrometeorological data at a centralized level. So National Meteorological Service is able to provide centralized level information or decentralized information by involving different businesses. So what sort of policy framework is there? Second is the technical infrastructure environment. That talks about what is the current infrastructure in terms of the data availability. Are we talking about mobile coverage, whether is it 2G, 3G or 4G data available? Also talking about the mobile phone penetration or the ownership. Here it becomes really interesting because what we see because of the digitalization, every household has mobile phones. But what you will see that the ownership of the mobile phone is the head of the family. And most of, I'm talking precisely here for smallholder farmers, because if they do not have enough money so that everyone individually can have mobile phones, on an average, we assume that there is one mobile phone and the ownership will be of the mobile phone as the head of the family. So if the head of the family is a male who has the mobile phone ownership, and at the farm level, if these are the female workers who are working, who are aware about what is the catastrophic event happening at the field because of the climate change, then again there is a disparity in terms of gender-based digital information being circulated. So the ownership and who is actually working at the ground level, if these two are not aligned, then the issue will still remain the same, that how can we make sure that impact is being created. Could we please remain to the same slide, please? The previous one. Yes, thank you. So this is about the technical and the infrastructure framework. So we need to make sure that how can we expand the mobile net coverage in the rural area. And third element is the business environment. And this is precisely important to see how can market flourish and how can market mature. And we require public-private based initiatives so that government has some policy framework in shape which will allow the private companies to be able to use TCAS services, make business model out of it, and then work effectively with smallholder farmers while also interacting with entrepreneurs, also extension agents, or local supply chain actors. So based on this framework, we conducted the study for sub-Saharan Africa for 9 countries, and on the right-hand side of the screen, I took a screenshot of 4 such countries. Starting first with the Senegal. So what you see is it's a spider web diagram. So we have used the same 3 proxy indicators: institutional, technical, and business. And to kind of provide them a score, we used the framework which is provided by ITU Digital Development Dashboard. You can look for this dashboard on ITU website, which we use. And to gain more references, you can look into the insight report, which is available on the Digital Agriculture website. So starting first with Senegal, what we see that when it comes to the technical infrastructure, they have a perfect score of 3 because the mobile penetration is quite enhanced. But when we see the institutional and business, it's an intermediate score of 2. So what the current situation is right now in Senegal, that there is a mobile penetration happening. So both government-based initiative and market or the business-based initiative has the opportunity to mature the market. So when I say the government-based initiative, so these are government to business or business to government-based initiatives. Or when we talk about business, which is the public-private partnership, then it can be providing services to smallholder farmers via B2B, so business to business services, or business to consumer services. So that is the study which we saw in Senegal, and there are private companies flourishing in Senegal, such as Ignitia. Second example is of Ghana. That makes a story a little interesting. Again, a perfect score of technical on 3, institutional on 2, but on business, it's a score of 1. So what does this spiderweb diagram say? That government has to take a proactive role here to create such interventions that business to government or government to business based initiatives are able to mature the market, because currently there are lack of public private partnership based policies to allow the business based initiatives to flourish. Moving on to Nigeria, another interesting example, we see there is a low score for institutional, score 1. For technical, it's a score 2, and for business, it's a score 2 again. So when there is a low score of institution, score 1 situation, so this gives an indication that it's a very centralized sort of a government, where government create data and they provide the data via the National Nigerian Meteorological Institute, and they do not circulate or they do not decentralize the data with private institutions. So if the government is not able to create interventions so that the private companies can flourish from the data, then it is the role of government which has to create interventions for business to government so that ultimately small scale farmers can have the facilities and impact can be created. Last example is of Kenya. Interesting example here. A perfect score of institution at 3, technical at 3, and business at 2. So this is a really good example for Kenya here, because this allow just not business to government based initiatives to flourish, because government is promoting national level meteorological data at the centralized level, but also allowing business to also use the policies of public-private partnership and provide services to smallholder farmers, because the technical infrastructure is quite well developed. So now question arises, why have we discussed this assessment framework, and how institutions in Philippines, whether they are institutions from government representatives, academic institutes could take advantage of it. Moving on to the next slide, which is the final slide of the presentation, is the discussion. And on the basis of the discussion right now, I will entertain your questions in the next 15 minutes. So what do we see? That in order to DCAS services to flourish, we have to have a local partnership in place. We definitely need to make sure that the local network providers are aligned with public extension agents, agribusinesses, market linkages, and supply chain. If we do not have a local ecosystem being created, ultimately there will be a very generic climate and weather data provided to smallholder farmers, maybe by extension agents who are providing once a week SMS data about the weather forecast for one coming week. But what if a catastrophic event happening and smallholder farmers are not aware about it, in case if they need extra fertilizer or if they need to do some pesticide spray. So if there is lack of a local community, then smallholder farmer cannot make decision at a small time intervention. So if there is a strong community at local level, so by providing that tailor-made information, they can also say if it's a pest infestation, here is the information about the input supplier from where you can buy the fertilizers or the pesticides. If you need finance in terms of credit for insurance or loans, these are the informations we have shared with the financial institutes, and the credit risk assessment has been performed, and then loan services can be made available. Market linkages can be established. Suppose if there is a huge demand in a market for a certain produce, but there is a lack of a market linkage, then the farmer producing organizations can step in and then can provide farmer produce via acting as a middleman directly to the consumer, not via going by the end. So you see that local community is required. So to create such a local community, we need to see who are the actors actively taking part in that area and how can we motivate them. If it's the government, then they have to come up with a robust policy that the meteorological department is able to enhance and collaborate with the public extension agent, but also market level actors. Then the next topic is interventions of the sustainable business model, providing bundled services and the ecosystem coordination. Why do we need this? Because as I mentioned, when you're providing services to smallholder farmers, farmers in most scenarios are not willing to pay just for advisory services. But along with the advisory services, if you say that your field is lacking for example, ammonia. But if you provide information that this is the local supplier who can provide you the fertilizer, and this is the contact detail, you can get in touch with them, then it's a bundled service for them. And if they need any loan facility or insurance facility via the local bank, if that data can also be shared with the local bank, then the credit risk assessment can be performed, and then tailor-made intervention for the smallholder farmer for the loan or insurance can be provided. And for businesses to be able to effectively work with smallholder farmers, they need to be able to generate multiple revenue streams. Because if they are not able to generate revenue from business to consumer, because smallholder farmer doesn't have enough money, maybe they can generate the revenue while working with the input suppliers, while sharing the data with the bank institutes, or by sharing the data with government or knowledge institutes, for example, universities. So B2B and B2G become really important to be able to generate revenue. And to, in the end, to effectively and collaboratively work with smallholder farmers, we have to create trust, because lack of a digital knowledge, smallholder farmers, it's hard to gain their trust. So it's just not the digital intervention. We have to create the human level trust as well. So extension agents need to visit on a regular basis to the farm level, create the trust, create the awareness, and then talk about why these services are required at a national level. But to reach the national level goals, we cannot achieve if the data is not being generated, maintained, analyzed, visualized, and scaled up from region level to the national level. And bundled services, as we talked about, and we need to provide hyper-local climate information, so that not generic information giving on 500-kilometer basis, but a per kilometer basis or per hectare basis, so that it will be a tailor-made intervention for smallholder farmers. And if we want to have such a hyper-local ecosystem to provide such data, we need to make sure we need to reduce the transaction cost, so that smallholder farmers will be able to get the services. So moving on to the next slide, I would like to thank you everyone to listening to the presentation. Indeed, we need your support. If you have solutions which you are currently working with, digital technologies, and you would like to add on your solution, write us an email straight away to info@digitaladrihub.com.org, or you can directly write me an email to ender.kumar@wur.nl, and I would be more than happy to entertain your questions. If you would require networking at international level or at the national level actors, or maybe at Southeast Asia level, because we have previously also worked with Asian Development Bank, Asian Development Bank Institute. So we have opportunities for every type of stakeholder to collaborate with. So thank you very much. Now I open the virtual floor for the Q&A.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that presentation. Despite the noise and some distraction in the surroundings, no, we're still able to grasp some new insights on the designing sustainable digital agricultural solutions. I think it's now we're now ready. We'll now entertain questions from our participants in the presentation. So we have the first question. In the Philippines, is the Philippines included in the list of countries where these digital solutions were deployed? Where does individual agriculture comes in? This type of what's this? I cannot read.
I think I got the gist of the question. So indeed, Philippines is also a part of our dashboard. To collect the database for Southeast Asia, we have worked with GrowAsia, and GrowAsia has a digital repository on their website, and we are in active collaboration with them to gain the data for all Southeast Asian countries, and Philippines is also part of that. We have 30 plus solutions which are currently working in Philippines, whether they are having headquarters in Philippines or they are headquartered elsewhere, but also providing services in Philippines. And the type of the framework, DCAS, which I just talked about, what I was expecting such a question indeed, because what inside Philippine stakeholders have to gain from such a framework is to actually see how can stakeholders at a regional level can collaborate. So if I remember from the polls, one of the challenge which was highlighted that there is a lack of knowledge, there is a lack of information, there are lack of policies. So I'm not sure about the ITU Digital Development Dashboard score for Philippines, because for sure they do have scoring available on the website and you can certainly look. But based on the input provided by the community right now, is the role of government is immense. The role of policy is immense to be able to create the transformation. There is a lack of data infrastructure because of which businesses are not able to flourish. So what government has to do currently to come up with such a policy, which is not only allowing to create awareness at the knowledge institute level, but also create opportunities for dissemination of that information at the local level to the smallholder farmers. So knowledge institutes, extension agents, SMEs, they all need to work collaboratively so that how can we provide the data and the information which is ultimately going to benefit smallholder farmers, because the digital divide which I was referring to is a very significant challenge. It's even harder to tackle in developing countries because of so many existing challenges. So I think if I summarize it in the end, so currently government should take a centralized role to create policies which are generating opportunities for value chain actors and also supply chain actors to coordinate together, and then try and make sure how can they involve smallholder farmers in that, because you have to create trust for the smallholder farmers so that they will be ultimately be using. Because if in case there is good data coverage in rural area, if they have mobile phones available, if there is an application downloaded, but they are not able to use the application because there is a lack of digital literacy, the initiative is still not going to flourish because you have to constantly educate farmers that you have to use the app, gain the data, provide the data back to us so that we can circulate the data within the supply chain, within the value chain, and up until the government level. Only then the DCAS services will be able to flourish, and government has to take a proactive role and immense role in that.
All right. Okay, another. Do we have another questions on board posted? Let's read. Okay, that answers all. Is yeah?
My sincere apologies for the background noise. I hope most people were able to hear. But if there are still any more questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Sir Kumar, is DG Agri Hub an international organization?
Yes, it's an international organization focusing on all low and medium income countries. So if I talk about Asia, so whole of Southeast Asia, South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America and Caribbean region, but also the Mediterranean region as well. So if you go onto the website of UN Nations, and there is a expanded list of all the low and medium income countries, and currently we are focusing on all the low and medium income countries around the world.
So, do we have it here in the Philippines? Not yet.
The database is virtually available on the Philippines, or for the Philippines on the dashboard. But for the regional hub, we still have to work with the local stakeholders. So one of the stakeholders which is going to take an active part is Croatia and Asian Development Bank. Together with them, we will have such a regional hub, while involving the local stakeholders such as the knowledge institutes and also government officials to have in the coming years.
Okay. So, do we have any more questions from our audience, from our participants? Because for me, Doc, the word solutions is always associated with the problem. My question would rather be, is there a problem with digital agriculture? Or shall I ask, are there disadvantages of digital agriculture? If there are, how will you address them?
I think this requires a very fundamental understanding about the definition of what do we mean by digitalization of agriculture. So if we are not using artificial intelligence or machine learning principles, farmers will still be able to work. Farmers, they have the immense knowledge what they have gathered around the years based on the ancestral knowledge what they have gained. They will still be able to work. But considering the climate challenges what we are facing right now, we have seen such catastrophic events which we have never seen in the past. And if we are not able to utilize the potential of digital technologies in such a way that we can create early warning signs and then provide that information on a very short notice to smallholder farmers, we will not be able to achieve the sustainable development goals developed by United Nations. So what do I mean by this? That if there is, for example, if there is a flood going to happen in a week of a time, and government has already broadcasted that information on the radio, but which area is more impacted and which area is less impacted, if that information is not available to a smallholder farmer,
there is no tailor-made intervention. There will be more harvest loss in one area as compared to the other area. So here the role of digital agriculture comes in, that how can you utilize data in such a way that you can derive hyper local data analytics and then provide tailor-made interventions per geographic focus, so that you know at a hectare level, at the acre level, that what sort of precise based interventions do we need in order to enhance the yield, in order to deal with the disaster which is going to impact at a very strong level in coming decades because of climate catastrophic changes and challenges we have.
All right. Because my understanding about digital agriculture, it's about smart farming, which data is the most important thing. The problem is we have unlimited, or what we call this, uh, supposedly continuous internet connection along the line during its operation. But it is very much impossible to operate this type of farming method in the rural communities. So how probably you, as an institution, could possibly assist our rural communities where our focus of improvement is that area.
Understood. I would like to answer this with a very fundamental example of WhatsApp. I guess we all use WhatsApp. We all use data to use WhatsApp, and we have seen how WhatsApp has evolved. Initially, it was just a chatting service. Now you can also make calls from this. Now you can make video calls. You can share documents. You can have virtual businesses on it. But you don't have to pay for WhatsApp. Have you ever wondered, such a multinational company providing you services for free and not asking you for a single penny? How are they able to expand their business at the global level? It's the power of data. Because with the terms and conditions applied, they use your data and share it with the platforms such as Google, YouTube, Facebook, and then you get tailor-made advertisement. Once you're talking about, oh, I want to go and buy a bag in the market, in a very second you get a tailor-made website with an advertisement. Hey, this is the local store nearby you, here is the bag which you can buy. And then you are like, what is happening? How does the advertisement company know about me that I want to buy a bag? So this is the power of the data. And how can we use it in digital agriculture is again that we have to make sure that ultimately farmer is not the one who has to pay for such services. These are the value chain actors, supply chain actors who take the responsibility to dynamically utilize the data, create interventions so that services are being provided to the farmers. But these are the value chain actors who are generating revenue by utilizing that data. So if we are taking the farm data, financial data, land ownership data from the farm level, sharing that data with the financial institutes, then they can perform credit risk assessment for the smallholder farmers. They know then what is the insurance we have to provide to the smallholder farmers. If we are sharing that data with the input suppliers, they know that what is the recommendation of the input dosage of the fertilizer or the pesticides we have to give to that smallholder farmers. If we are sharing that data with the extension agents, then they know that what sort of digital literacy modules they have to come up with to educate the farmers. So you see, it's the same data coming from the farm level, but depending upon which stakeholder of the value chain is utilizing the data to create the intervention in the digitalization of agriculture, that is important. So this is again going back to the basics of WhatsApp that provides services for free, but utilize the data dynamically to provide services at very fundamental farm level.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. So do we still have questions on this meeting? More?
I don't think we have any more questions, Jack, and would like to thank Inder Kumar, and you can probably present his certificate of appreciation.
Okay.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the panel. It's my honor to be a part of your session, and I wish all the participants good luck with the rest of the Congress. And my
Okay.
appreciations to the organizers as well. Thank you.
Would like to give this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Inder Kumar for sharing his expertise and knowledge in his paper entitled We Have Think Tank and Knowledge Broker Boosting the Digital for Agriculture Ecosystems. Given this 22nd day of July 2022 during the second International PAA Virtual Congress and 2022 Philippine Agriculturist Summit. Signed, Roberto F. Ranyola Jr., Chairman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Loy Divina Gracia, PAA National President. Thank you, Sir Kumar.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. So that concludes our first plenary session for this Congress. Thank you, Jack, for facilitating this plenary session.
You're welcome,
And
sir.
yeah, and we will now be posting the link for the attendance and the evaluation for day 2. And we'd like to request our participants to please accomplish the evaluation, but this will be used as basis for your certificate of attendance. Okay, that concludes our second day, and tomorrow we will have our plenary session 2 and 3 and our closing ceremonies. The participants can log in as early as 7:45 tomorrow morning to our StreamYard and Facebook. So with this, I'd like to greet everyone. Good evening, diba? O good evening na, 6 o'clock na pala. Good evening and enjoy the rest of the evening with your family and loved ones. God bless us all. Thank you.
As a reminder, we'll be posting the links to day 1 and day 2 evaluation as well as the attendance link on the Facebook group. It will be posted on the Facebook group so you can easily access and click on the links. Day 1, day 2 evaluation as well as the attendance form. Thank you and have a good evening.